and again. From whoa, yeah, making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect, it's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. 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 In respect, it's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. man.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the eFootball Championship Pro. Yesterday we kicked off the 2022 season in quite some style with some big results, surprises, upsets, plenty of goals as well, but above all, lots of fun and some fantastic eFootball. I can only expect that we'll see more of the same today as Group B kickstart their campaign with the first 3 matches of the season. I'm Summer Hunt, I'll be your host for today and for the remainder of this tournament over the next couple of weeks. I'm also very delighted to say that they did such a great job yesterday. We decided to bring them back for today. Our fantastic commentary team of Harry Channon and Stuart Wesley, aka, if you know him by his alter ego from Gaming Weza. Guys, how are we doing today?
Yeah, so excited after yesterday. It was the perfect way to kick off the season. Group A have had their time in the spotlight now. It's time to see what Group B has in store for us today.
Yeah, I mean, day 1 had everything we could have asked for from Group A. I hope Group B provides us just as much drama, just as much goals, and just as much shocks as we can get as well.
I'm sure we will see that indeed. But speaking of Group A, let's go ahead and remind ourselves how things shook out yesterday because, as we said, it was a really exciting way from the very get-go. We kicked off in quite some style. Celtic really were the main talking point of the day. They stole the show. They knocked everyone's socks off. We didn't expect them to do so well, but changing up their team over the pre-season really has paid some massive dividends. They lead the group with 12 points. Manchester United, as well as AS Monaco, we'll see what they do next week. Of course, they were only in action for just 1 game, but Bayern Munchen, they had a draw and a defeat, which meant that now, as it stands, they are 5 points behind the leaders from Scotland. So many talking points, so a lot of superstars, big names in the making, all sorts of twists and turns yesterday, guys. What are the things that we need to remember from Group A yesterday?
I think it's when you look at Celtic taking 12 points from a possible 18. I mean, that's not something we would have expected, especially when you consider Lotfi, their proven talent, you could argue, on that lineup. Their rock, so to speak, has not picked up a single point yet. So Ayaz Babisk and Kilzu both picking up 6 points from their possible 6 means Celtic topped the group in unlikely fashion.
Yeah, and it was a standout performance both from Kilzu and from AS Babisk. You could see how much it meant to him to be back in the competition. And again, the shock out of those sets of games yesterday was Monaco being at the foot of the table after day 1. I mean, only picking up 3 points. It was, a great debut performance from Nexa, who managed to just about close it out in game 3. But that's probably the talking points on the top end and the bottom end of Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. Nexa will be one to keep an eye on. Another person to keep an eye on in the race for the golden boot is going to be that man at the top of the table. Mestre has played a game extra than the likes of Monaco, Bayern and the rest of the competition outside of Group A, but 7 goals, Wes. That is not something to be sniffed at.
No, definitely not. I think he was in the highest scoring game. I think if Semra picked this up correctly yesterday in that 4-4 draw against EC O'Neill. And again, it's great to see the Bayern can score goals. Their issue seems to be whether they can keep it out of the back. But as we cut to probably our player of the day, if we had such a thing, it was Kilzu, who was earmarked. 10 shots, 8 on target, 4 goals, really clinical in front of goal. And interestingly, Harry, for me, it's the passes, the completed passes that are there. Very rarely did he get intercepted or give the ball away.
Absolutely, quick passes and incisive play. We can take a look now, Wes, at our earmarked top 3 from yesterday. Mestre, of course, topping the goal-scoring charts overall. Kilzu is just behind him in 3rd place, behind Lotfi as well. But another man we haven't really spoken about yet is Cams. He had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, he very much did. And again, as I said yesterday, probably the angriest person I've seen to win a game of eFootball, but certainly was, full of kind of emotion and full of almost venom, if you pardon the pun, from who we're going to see today. But he certainly pulled off a great performance. We've seen some of the highlights from yesterday. This is Bayern versus Celtic. Brilliant goal there from, I believe it's Serge Gnabry. But it wasn't enough for Celtic to, Bayern to take away more points than they should have.
Yeah, 3 players to look out for next week, Semra, in Group A. But today, it's all about Group B, which we'll be focusing on very shortly.
That we will indeed. I'm sure everybody is very excited to see what is in store for today. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at what's on offer.
I just think it's so exciting.
I like our chances in the group. I think me and my teammates, we have potential to beat everyone in this tournament.
We are very happy to be in this competition. It's a difficult group because all clubs has a very strong players, but we train a lot and we will do our best to win this league.
You're not relying on teammates anymore. You have yourself and yourself alone. It's all on your skill, all on your ability, and all on your game plan.
My former teammate Skep is here, and my old club Roma. Our goal is to reach the final, and if we want to win this, we must beat all opponents.
Each clubs here in the competition are really strong, really historical clubs. It will be nice for you to watch for sure, and we'll try to give our best, of course.
Full of passion, full of volume, and full of goals.
We know how fiery and passionate their fans can be, and I'm looking forward to this team bringing the energy. I can't wait to get this season underway. Stay tuned because it's going to be absolute fireworks.
It will be fireworks indeed. The guys are ready, the players are ready, we're ready. We hope you are just as pumped as we are and excited to get the day going. So let's go ahead and have a look then at what is in store, who will be lining up against whom and at what time. And it all kicks off with Galatasaray against Roma. The Turks against the Romans, two very new look teams with Captain Muajit is the only face that will remain for the Turks. He's now joined by two Serbs, a rookie and an E-European champion, while Roma, much like Celtic yesterday, they are one of two teams that boast an entirely new squad. When it comes to Barcelona and Arsenal at 2:15, well, the Catalans are very much looking to make amends for last time out, hoping that they can reach the knockout stages, and by doing so, they've added a bit of strength of depth with an E-European champion of their own, Roxa, and it's actually going to be his teammates of that Serbian championship winning team, Esvenim, that will be lining up against him, with Arsenal, his brand new team for this season. And last but not least, we have Galatasaray against Barcelona at 3:30 Central European time. Now, guys, looking at this, we saw what happened yesterday with the likes of Celtic and Bayern Munich, who had to play twice, and the likes of AS Monaco and Manchester United, who only had to feature once. Might that have a similar effect for Group B today?
Potentially so. We always talk about hitting the ground running in these types of groups. We thought Group A was a bit of a gauntlet. We see Group B, there are huge clubs all around. There are new additions, there are new changes, not only to the players, but also to the format of the competition this year. If you're just joining us, each club plays 3 games within a match and you get 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and none for a defeat. So, with that in mind, with Galatasaray and Barcelona both playing twice today, you don't get those points back if you drop them, Wes.
No, indeed. And we saw the effect that it had on Bayern Munich yesterday. Playing back-to-back, it didn't really fall in their favour, and instead it was almost that break that Celtic had, and maybe Galatasaray will look to that as almost a bit of an omen to go, okay, well, if we've got a break between our first and final games, we might have a bit of a chance here.
We might have a bit of a chance. Indeed, they will, but they're not the only ones necessarily. Of course, it does start with the esports players themselves. They do have an opportunity here to get their hands on some individual awards that also come with some succulent monetary prizes as well. That would be awarded for the best goal of the day, the best player of the group, and on top of that, at the very end of the season, we'll be handing out the MVP award. But as we said, it's not just about the esports players themselves. It's all about all of you at home, the eFootball fans. You can also snap up some really tasty rewards. Harry, tell them, what can they win?
Tasty rewards indeed. You can earn 500 eFootball points by tuning into the stream through the game. But the big one this season, Semra, is going to be the victory giveaway campaign that each of the clubs will be running this season. You can win items from your favorite clubs just by participating in their campaigns. You can see some of the items here. All you have to do is follow the instructions and participate in the victory giveaway that each club will carry out in their respective social media accounts every time they win a game. That is not one match, that is one game within a match. So make sure you keep an eye on your club's channel, make sure you're tuning in and supporting them throughout the competition, because all of these goodies could be yours.
They could indeed. Definitely. You want to get your hands on some of those, some very nice prices. So do as the man says and follow those instructions, support your teams and have a chance to win some very delicious prizes. Right, well, let's go ahead and turn our attentions then to what is coming up just around the corner, the first match and first game of the day. So let's see what the two clubs, Galatasaray and AS Roma, have prepared for us.
I think me and my teammates, we have potential to beat everyone in this tournament. We believe in ourselves and we want to show it on the pitch. We'll pass the group stage and we will see what happens in the knockout stage, hopefully.
It's a difficult group because all clubs has a very strong players, but we trade a lot and we will do our best.
Right, well, let's get this party started then, shall we? We can take a look then at who's going to be featuring in this first game of the first match of the day for Group B. And I can tell you it should be a very scintillating one indeed between Galatasaray and AS Roma. And it should be very interesting to see exactly which players are going to be featuring for this one. So we'll see here in just a moment. But what I can tell you is that it's going to be a pair of debutants. It's going to be Joel, who features for the first time in this competition. However, he comes in off the back of winning the E-Euro Championship with Serbia. And on top of that, we've got another debutant, which is Stifler, also making his appearance with Roma for the first time and in this competition. But on top from that, he has reached European finals 3 times in the 3v3 format. So Harry, guys, it's going to be really interesting to see how he fares in this 1v1 mode of competition.
Yeah, this is a very interesting match to start the day. When you look at the two clubs' lineups, you have experience littered throughout. You look at Galatasaray, you have the likes of Munchen, who's captained the club for a second season now, has had successful international duty tournaments as well. You have Kepa as well as Diol, who has won the E-Euros last summer in 1 versus 1, featured perhaps more prominently than the debutant we're about to see, Wes. But this first game is going to see 2 newbies to the eFootball Championship Pro, and it could be a bit of a trial by fire, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, we don't really know what to expect out of debutants. I mean, we saw it with Nexa yesterday in terms of how good he was, but in terms of with Stifler and De Jol, it's going to be a little bit of a chess match, I would imagine, because you've got 2 debutants who probably won't want to lose their first game. They probably won't want to give any ground to either team, and as a result, it could really give us an interesting contest in the opening game of the day.
That I can imagine it certainly will be, guys.
Semra, I'm looking forward to this one.
I am as well. But just a friendly reminder before I hand things off to the two of you, while these may be new faces to the tournament, there is one face that you will remember well indeed, and that is going to be the referee who is going to be here with us again today, Sergio Barraga. He is going to be in charge of making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible when it comes to compliance and the rules of the tournament. There he is. He's locked in and ready to go, which means that we'll hand things back over to you two, Harry and Wes, and take it away. Let's see what we've got in store for this first game. Very exciting.
Very exciting indeed, Semra. Thank you so much. Great to have you along with us this season. My apologies for talking over you. I just love the limelight. Wes, two players in the spotlight this time around is going to be the debutants. It's going to be Diol for Galatasaray. We have Stifler for Roma. And something that we neglected to mention yesterday is, well, quite a big part of the competition, isn't it? They're playing Dream Team. They're locked at 2,300 ratings. So that could make a big difference to some of the bigger clubs. But in terms of the stronger players they have, but Galatasaray, Roma, big clubs within themselves, they're going to have to figure out what kind of lineups they want to field here to fit within those parameters in this competition.
Yeah, exactly. You have 2,300 team strength that you have the ability to work with. So it's then a case of, do you power up your best players or do you level them up as high as they can go? But then that can also cause you problems at other ends of the pitch.
Well, look at this. Stifler trying to make his mark on the competition as soon as possible. That one, though, ruled out for an early offside. So now we get a chance to introduce the teams. We have, of course, Galatasaray, the Turkish Giants, going up against AS Roma. Decked out all in white are the latter, attacking from left to right. And it's going to be fun to see exactly how these esports players line up within those Dream Team parameters. As you said, Wes, who do they level up? Who do they power up in their lineups? As well as who do you maybe keep back? Who do you keep on the bench in case things go south or you need a change of tactics? For now, though, to start off Group B, Zaniolo here for Stifler. Goes for goal. Might come back to Tammy Abraham as well, but cleared away well.
Yeah, and that's the critical bit, and the point I was making is that if you go and, say, power up your star players or you level them up to their max level, the issue then becomes is you've used a lot of your team strength just to power up that player. So then do you lose something in defence? Do you lose something in midfield? That's one aspect of it, and team play style level is also a big aspect of it here.
Stifler has started this opening 10 very strong for Roma. He's coming forward here once again for Pellegrini. Cleared away. And that could have been very dangerous, Wes. This is a good passage of play so far from Stifler.
Yeah, it's great little interplay. Neat little 1-2. Unlucky to hit the post. Goes near side. Again, probably the right move there. Maybe trying to bank on if there's a manual goalkeeper that comes out there. But again, goes and gets cleared out. And it is a corner. We've seen these, become almost penalties for some clubs over the game day one.
That's driven in, but can't quite beat the man at the near post. Crossed in and headed, but can't again find the goal for Stifler. Diol, though, hasn't really had a chance to attack so far. Maybe some nerves here, Wes, dare I say?
Yeah, it's about your confidence on the biggest stage. It's okay, this is game one of match one. You're looking to try and set the pace for your team, and again, trying to get forward, at least from a Galatasaray point of view. You're looking at Bafétimbi Gomis. You're looking at those types of players to get into the game early, but at risk, especially with both of them playing quick counter, you have a lot of players going forward the minute you have the ball. The minute you lose it, though, you're going to leave a lot of gaps in behind. So both teams are going to need to be careful here.
Well, we saw possession there flash up for just a moment in the opening 15. Over 70% possession in game one so far for AS Roma. Plenty of time to rectify that, though, from Galatasaray. Here is that man you mentioned earlier, Bafétimbi Gomis. Going to be somewhat of a target man, a talisman, dare I say, to use that term again. Here he is on the ball now. Looking to feed through a striker, and that's a first shot on goal for Diol in the eFootball Championship Pro. That'll do him the world of good.
Yeah, but you'll notice as that ball comes out up the pitch quite quickly, Roma are up in numbers, and Galatasaray are committing bodies. You'll see 3 in the box at the moment already.
Lovely piece of skill in the box, and well, maybe some of the fans expecting the referee to blow up there, but it has to be said, settling into the game very well is Diol. The opening 15 did not go his way, but the subsequent 10 certainly have. Cross comes in, looking for Gomis again. This should be bread and butter for Rui Patricio.
Yeah, and you'll see the game plans of both players at the moment. You've got Tammy Abraham, who's leading the line for Roma. Again, physical presence, and you're looking at kind of aerial balls that are going into the box from both teams. Bafétimbi Gomez down the other end. You can see that that's kind of where this game plan is looking for both teams here. They're looking to maybe exploit the fact of the physical kind of attributes that these two players have.
Abraham has a man over here as well. The dummy is good enough to retain possession. Lovely piece of skill here as well. Zaniolo can really get his strike away, but Stifler rewarded with only a corner.
Yeah, it was good defending in the end. Abraham got free. I think it broke to Pellegrini. Ball gets back into the box. There's dummies and dummies and dummies, but defender gets a foot on it. It goes out for a corner. This is warming up slowly.
Slowly but surely here in our game one. Possession starting to tick back in Galatasaray's favour. Corner, though, to Roma yields nothing. And of course, the addition of Dream Team to eFootball means there are new tactics, new managers to consider as well. But here comes Van Aanholt on this near side. Can't quite lock onto the ball that time around for Giol, but he'll win the ball back here. Gomes. Van Aanholt. There's quite a lot of room here to work with. Can maybe pick out a pass to a teammate. And it's gone past everyone. And almost landed in the back of the net. What happened there, Wes?
That would have been very fortuitous. I think the player going across the line of sight of Rui Patricio, that animation for him to make the save already locked in, and then the defender doesn't quite lock onto it, clips off the post and goes to the other side. Again, quite lucky from that aspect there, but Roma on the attack again. But, you know, there's not been too much to speak of in terms of big chances yet for Galatasaray. Obviously, we know their fan base is passionate. They'll be expecting 3 points in every single game, regardless of who they're coming up against. So they'll be looking to try and get a goal, or will their team on to get a goal early.
They have some defending to do here just before half-time. Mkhitaryan gets his strike away. Strong hand, though. And Giol will be able to maybe spring a counter here.
There will be 1 minute at a
In our
time.
first game of the day. It will be the last attack of the half, seemingly, for one of these two clubs. As just the 1 minute added on. Long ball over to that far side yields nothing for Galatasaray, but it does gift a chance maybe for Roma. But the half's ended. You can see Stifler is a little bemused because he felt he was through on goal, but honours even so far in this game, Wes.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for a play on there. He was waiting to see whether Abraham would get in there. Ref blows up slightly early. And as we look to the left-hand side of the screen, just something to point out that's just come off of our screen is the team play style level. I know I mentioned it momentarily. If you have a 90 team play style, your players get a 1 or +1 overall boost. If it's 95, it's +2. If you get it up to 100, it's a +3 overall boost. So look for, keep your eyes on that if you are looking for, aspects of Dream Team that you might not really realise watching at home. These players will be tuned in to go and get the absolute best out of everything that they've got to work with here.
Well, every day's a school day with Wes in the commentary booth. Great to have you again with us this season. For now, though, Roma with Abraham might just get there first. And, well, what's the referee given here? Has he given a penalty, I wonder?
I think he has. It's Tammy Abraham that's adjudged to have been brought down.
Oh, it's Abraham versus Muslera. Stifler versus Giol for their first goal. And it's tucked away nicely. Stifler's first goal into the eFootball Championship Pro comes from the penalty spot, but he won't mind one single bit as Roma enter the lead.
Yeah, I know we've spoken about ref calls. We saw a couple of questionable ones yesterday. Tammy Abraham just gets a toe to that before Muslera cleans him out. And it's an absolute rifle of a penalty right into the roof of the net from Tammy Abraham. I think you put 3 goalkeepers in there and nobody is stopping that one. But delight for Stifler, gets himself ahead. You take your chances in this game, and Stifler will be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, you can see Muslera just going for the ball, but got none of it in the end. Confirmation, the latest goal and the first of the eFootball Championship Pro campaign for AS Roma and for the debutant Stifler as well. Now the question is, what is there in terms of a Galatasaray reply? A clean enough strike, but wide of the target.
Yeah, he created the space very well. Neat little back heel that just pops through the legs there. You can see the dummy again. It forces Smalling into a challenge almost. It's just not quite the quality on it that you'd need. And it kind of goes back to that, as we said, the choices that these players are making through who they level up and who they don't level up. You know, having players that can come on and make damage and make changes to the game is vitally important here. So as much as it is having a good starting 11, you need to have a good bench as well, especially if you need to make changes.
Well, I have no doubt those changes are in the offing for now, though. Galatasaray have an attack and, well, they won the ball at that front post. However, nothing to show for it just now, and they've got some defending to do here as well. Stifler coming forward with Zaniolo. That one will be kicked into touch, and I tell you what, Wes, those changes might be just what Galatasaray need right now because they're struggling to find that breakthrough that they need here in game one.
Yeah, and as we said, this kind of magical period between 60 and 70 minutes, you need to start considering them. It's just a case of, do you bring on the right player? Have they got the right player skills? Have they got the right traits that you need to change the game here as Gomez looks to run through here?
Still has a man to beat, but as players arriving as well for Joel, but unfortunately, it's been slim pickings up front for the Turkish club. Something, no doubt, Joel will want to try and rectify in the final 25 in-game minutes of regular time. Stifler at the back, calm and collected. And, well, the goal for Stifler now might be, hey, let's keep this ball in play. Let's not let this pause come through and let Galatasaray get those reinforcements that they seemingly need at this point, Wes.
Yeah, the longer that you can keep the ball in play, the longer that these players will stay on the field and the more energy it's going to sap out of them. But, you know, if you're Roma, you just keep it in play as long as you can. But also, to point out there, if it does go to a pause and if it does get queued, it also gives Roma the opportunity to freshen legs and to get people on. So, if anything, it just depends on how comfortable you are at this point in time.
Well, that is a fantastic ball to Mkhitaryan in his first touch, though. Letting him down. There's lots of gaps opening in front of the defence here in terms of Galatasaray. And Stifler might try and benefit from this, but Muslera, strong hands. 15 to go until game one is in the books.
Yeah, and now it's entering that kind of realm of, okay, well, we're past that substitution bit. You'll start to see players get very tired at this point in time, and the game will start to open up. Even on a quick counter tactic, you'll still see this game open up a fair bit.
Defending to do here for Roma, and I tell you what, Galatasaray are through, and they score. No substitution needed this time around. Joel proving the 11 on the pitch are good enough to get the job done. Your 79th minute equaliser comes from Galatasaray.
It's a fantastic through ball. It is all about that through ball. It's a brilliant ball. And again, a very composed finish from Joel, getting himself back onto level terms, but you'll see it better here. It's a neat little, it's a beautiful pass. It is a beautiful pass. It's a very controlled finish. 1-1, all to play for, and now we have the pause cue. So now it's going to be a case of goals gone in, you've got 10 minutes, what are you going to do?
It's very much a case of that half-time team talk almost from the manager changing with that goal. The system in the end for Galatasaray and the faith in that system were enough to get that equaliser. The Stifler maybe try and change something himself here. You can see the extended pauses coming from the Turkish club side. Stifler obviously quite happy with how his team's played up to this point.
Yeah, but you'll notice with those substitutions that have been brought on, I believe I've just seen Arda Turan that's been brought on there. You saw El Shaarawy being brought on for Stifler and for Roma. The interesting part with that, though, is because of that team strength level, these players are not going to be, I would say, kind of high level. So as a result, their powers may not necessarily be at their peak, but they still could cause damage.
Number 92. Number
So 10 in-game minutes to go then. For what could be a very interesting conclusion to our game one. There's your confirmation. Joel with his first goal on his eFootball Championship Pro debut. But here's El Shaarawy. Should do better. The goalkeeper always closing him down, but now Galatasaray trying to come forward. Both clubs going for this, Wes. They do not want a draw here whatsoever, but that's a bit of an unforced error as Galatasaray get the ball back.
Well, I think given the complexity of the group, as we as it was earmarked during the draw show that Group A was almost the group of death. Group B is that group you actually just want to get out of, regardless of what placement you get into. So you can see the urgency in both players to try and get a winner here because they know how important it would be to get 3 points.
Barbel gets his cross in here as well. Headed away by Roma. And they have a chance to spring a break now as well. And they have numbers pouring forward. El Shaarawy. Tammy Abraham back to El Shaarawy now. And Maitland-Niles is through! And is that the winner? Celebrations into the stands. As Stifler, with so little time left on the clock, is back into the lead, 2-1.
Well, we talked about substitutes, we talked about impacts and how they could still make an impact. It's Ainsley Maitland-Niles who has got the finish off of the bench. Again, brilliant passing play from Stifler to get that opportunity on, which we'll see in just a moment. But you'll see
the numbers were there, Wes, weren't they?
Numbers were flying forward on quick counter. You can see there's 3 men there. You can see that the pass and move is on. It's it's first time passing. It's a great finish given the fact that, again, De Jol, for all of his great work, it didn't really fall well for him with the manual goalkeeper. You'll see very much just completely out of his depth. And as a result, Stifler finds himself 2-1 up with not long left on the clock. He gives the shush to, I don't know whether that's to us or whether that's a De Jol, but it's certainly a statement for him, especially given his, debutant kind of tag that he has this season.
2 goals in his first game. He can shush the haters. He can shush the nerves. No doubt AS Roma would have had some doubts coming in. Some doubters as well. But he has proven them all wrong. Stifler with a 2-1 victory for AS Roma in his first game in the competition. That is one of the stronger debut performances we've seen over the years, Wes, in this competition. That man right there looked cool as ice, had belief the entire time. And boy, he could be one to look forward to in the future.
Yeah, you only need one person to believe in you, and that is yourself. And if you've got that self-confidence, brilliant penalty right into the roof of the net. And to have that confidence to come out in a debut game and be able to perform to that level, it's fantastic for him. You can even see a slight chuckle on his face as that one goes in. But I tell you, the look of seriousness on his face when the final goal goes in, you can see exactly what that meant to him.
We then saw a fabulously carved through ball to force the equaliser for Galatasaray. And it was looking for all the while that the honours and the points would be shared here in game one. It's a tidy finish, but then we saw the incredible counter. The numbers were there. It was just beautiful to find and manipulate the passes and the defence really well. And the finish was tight indeed. You do feel a little bit for Joel because you could tell his intention was with the manual goalkeeping. It looked like Maitland-Niles was going to shape to shoot on that side. So it is a risk through one-on-one. But Semra, it's got to be said, a fantastic debut from Stifler, and Roma, they're on the board with 3 points.
That it was indeed, and we all love a little bit of late drama, don't we? Settling for a draw is never going to be good enough. He fought out to the very end, took it to the wire for a late winner, and he got his reward. So we'll see what happens then going into game 2, because that really was quite an exciting way to start the day. We can see if we can have a bit more surprise as well then, and let's see who's going to feature for this one. And it does look as though it's going to be Kepa, who is someone with a lot of pedigree in this competition. You may well remember that he finished as the second top scorer with 18 goals last season. On top of that, he picked up the MVP award on match day 8, but even adding to his accolades in his CV, he comes into this as well as the reigning European champion with Serbia. He'll be up against Roma, someone who is going to be making his debut with Roma, I believe. And he's also got a bit of talent of his own, of course. As we know, he made it as a semi-finalist a couple of years ago in the European Championships as well. But having said that, the pressure is likely to be on Kepa now, isn't it? Because Galatasaray, they really do need to get their hands on those 3 points.
They most certainly do, but if there's a player that you want to be putting, Wes, in a high-pressure situation, it's going to be Kepa. He is a player that I think Galatasaray fans will be incredibly happy to see on their books this season because, as Semra said, Euro champion last year, that was in 1 versus 1. So if there's a man to do it, it's probably this man.
Yeah, and if you want, you know, if there's anybody who you wouldn't want to go up against, it is Kepa. You'd much rather him be on your team than not be on your team. So for Galatasaray, it's a great, piece of business from them to bring him in. But again, you talk about players who have quietly gone about their business and how good they have been over, the course of a couple of years. We remember almost that Cinderella-like run that Romania had in the Euros, and Irma was forefront, of that push. And, again, in terms of kitting out in Roma colours, he's proved it in this competitions before. Can he go ahead and prove it again, but this time in a 1v1 format?
I think that's the question. We say thank you very much to Semra for, of course, making sure we are behaving ourselves here on the mics. We do try our best. But now we see game 2. And it's Galatasaray who need the points at this moment in time. They will feature as well in match 3 today against Barcelona. But as we said before, Wes, incredibly important as we take a quick glimpse of how Kepa's going to set his team up to hit the ground running in this group, because you do not get these points back at the end of the season.
Yeah, you've got to bounce back quickly in this competition with this new format. There's a lot of kind of almost gaming myths out there of, it's my first game of the day. This is a hell of a first game of the day that you've got to come into, and this is a pressure environment. If it doesn't go the way for Galatasaray, they're no points from a possible 6, and Roma are streaking ahead. But again, if you're Irma as well, there's a bit of pressure on you too. Your debutants now come out and set the benchmark. You've now got to go and match it.
Oh, we kick off then game 2. New clubs for both of these experienced players. And well, the defence here has just absolutely let this one through. And Kepa, it's a shame we can't see his reaction there because he was expecting a much better finish. This was a bit of a gift.
Yeah, it's a bit of a defensive mistake from Irma. You saw him, he had control of the defender, kind of broke the stride pattern of the defender, and as a result, left a lot more room than I think Kepa was anticipating. And again, though, it's a poor finish from Kepa's standards to not really even get that on target.
Oh, we've barely had time to introduce the two clubs, and already the first chance on the board. It will be Roma decked out in white and Galatasaray in their usual home strip. Throw in deep into Galatasaray territory here for Roma. Mkhitaryan. And he get his strike away! Oh, it's just off the post. Second chance now, but it's offside. That was incredible, Wes. That was a stunning shot I saw just then. Yeah,
it's the first real example of a clean strike. We saw one yesterday. I think it was in the Man United game with Cams, but that's the first one that you saw that's got real venom behind it. And again, it's that risk and reward. It takes a little bit of time to wind up, but it will give you a little bit more power behind your shots. And it's unfortunate it did not find the back of the net.
Well, my advice to you, viewer at home, do not blink. These two will be going hammer and tongs at each other the entire match, the entire game here in game 2. You can see the result at the top of your screen, how game 1 went in Roma's favour, and they're attacking forward here as well, as you have Jan in the box, and well, it sneaks in through the keeper. Galatasaray did all they possibly could, but Roma, as they did in game 1, take the lead once more.
Yeah, it's made by looking for that run from Tammy Abraham. We saw it a lot with Maeda yesterday. But again, similarly types of tactics that are coming to the fore here. You'll see it very shortly here. If you keep your eyes on Tammy Abraham, you can see he's already pointed, already off and running, and he's waiting for it. And it's Ohene Jan, the youngster, who takes a touch, and that's vital in those scenarios, because we saw yesterday, and players of eFootball will know, if you take those shots first time, sometimes they can end up in row Z. They might end up in the goal. It's unlucky for Kepa there, because he did go manual and he almost kept it out, but it squirms underneath the goalkeeper, and it's Roma 1, Galatasaray 0.
Roma ecstatic, his first goal for his new club, first of the season obviously as well. And well, I think this may well be a free kick, not quite the penalty that some of the fans were looking for. In fact, yep, the infraction has happened quite far back. So an immediate chance then for Galatasaray to get one back. Goes over the wall and past that far post. We've seen that before from Kepa. He's a wily free kick taker on international duty. And there you have it, the Romanian scoring for his new club, AS Roma. And that could be huge in the grand scheme of this group. He's coming forward once more. Here is Jan once more. Zaniolo arriving here as well. He's gone down in the area, and this ball has not been dealt with yet. Zaniolo once again is cleared away finally. Galatasaray living incredibly dangerously in the opening 20 minutes here of game 2. And that is dealt with once more by Roma.
It's those ricochets that are the undoing of a lot of players at the moment. Again, just not quite finding the ball after it kind of breaks into open field, and it's just who can react the quickest. And it was good work from Roma to get that second chance, but even more so better defensive work to get the blocks in.
Free kick given straight back to the Romans. Galatasaray now have an opportunity as there is a runner through the middle, but that pass is unable to find a lane. That's a lovely dummy on that far side. What can Kepa for Galatasaray do now? Up against his former club, of course, Wes, if I'm not mistaken.
This will be vital for AS Roma if they can get another goal here.
Oh, that's a lovely ball to Jan, and Mkhitaryan is there to make it 2. Just over 25 gone, and Roma, they double their lead. That was a fantastic extra pass to be played, and Roma is second of the season.
Yeah, we talk about runners and dragging players out of position. Right hand side of your screen, you'll see that the right midfielder has actually brought the left back and played everybody on side, which has allowed that brilliant ball. And the amount of time he's got to take that down, find that extra pass, and get tucked away by Henrik Mkhitaryan. 2-0 to Roma, 2-0 to Roma. And you can see he's like, everybody be cool, everybody relax. We've still got a lot of time left on this clock. And again, you talk about perennial dangers. There is no more so than Kepa. When he's goals down, he will still be an absolute threat.
Well, big changes in the AS Roma camp this season, but I think the fans will be enjoying what they're seeing so far. Already securing 3 points thanks to Stifler's efforts in game 1. And well, Roma come forward again here. Roma's looking at maybe chase down Mestre at the top of the goal scoring charts. Galatasaray and Kepa just cannot seem to find a way through this Roma midfield currently. Kepa coming forward, has Gomes through the middle here as well. We'll have 2 defenders for company, but sticks it away. It's the talisman we highlighted. Bafatimi Gomes pulls one back for Galatasaray. This gets really interesting now.
Yeah, there's nothing more dangerous than a wounded animal, and Kepa will not go quietly into the night in this game. Again, it's a really good sequence of play. You'll notice here the ball comes backwards. It's that backwards pass that allows Gomez to make the run. So you can initiate the run with one player, play it off to another player, and by the time you are ready to make the pass, your player will be clean through. You'll notice it here, comes through to where Gomez should be. It's an outside of the boot pass, even for for style points even there. But Gomez gets through, clinical, hits the shot, finds the corner, and there is that trademark celebration we've come to know from Bafétimbi Gomez.
2-1 then. Before half-time. Something tells me we're going to have more goals to come from these two experienced players holding the controllers. It's that man Gomez again, causing the Roma defence all kinds of problems. Dealt with for now, though. Now a chance for another Kepa attack. That's a nice bit of skill inside, and Gomez is through down the middle as well. Oh, past the post. He had an extra pass on there potentially as well, Wes.
Yeah, I thought that pass was going to go early there, but it's a brilliant piece of individual skill. Again, allowing the runner of Gomez, who is probably Galatasaray's best finisher at this point in time, just whistles past the post. And again, Irma of Roma will be taking a huge sigh of relief there.
Well, he's had his chances this game, hasn't he, Kepa? You remember back to the second minute. Roma's defence was carved open then. It's been carved open a couple of times since as well. Kepa, of course, someone Roma fans will know very well for his efforts last season with the club. 2 minutes to be added on then. Jan to Mkhitaryan. Oh, he gets the strike away early. And he's back on the score sheets. Second today. 3-1 Roma.
And that's the difference in making your team more balanced rather than just putting all of your proverbial eggs in one basket and powering up players. You can power up and level up players like Mkhitaryan. Superb finish from him. Again, it's that dummy to open up the space that we keep seeing. And again, it's almost metronomic, that passing that we're seeing from Irma. But again, it's that dummy that takes that defender out of the game, as we'll see it again here. Beautiful little back heel again. And you'll see that just takes the dummy, opens up the lane, finds the corner, and it's 3-1.
Passion coming through from the Romanian. Very happy with his performance so far. Half-time is imminent, and no doubt the whistle will come incredibly soon. But Kepa felt like a comeback was on the cards with that Gomez goal. But in the end, seemed like a bit of a foundation built on sand in that first half. As we take a look at the half-time stats now, what needs to change for Kepa? A bit of a loaded question, of course, but he has the experience. He's been in this position before. It's going to be a difficult one to change things around.
I think for Kepa, it's a case of getting hold of the ball and just getting it moving and picking out passes. Try not to dally too much on the ball. This Roman midfield is pressuring and pressuring and pressuring again. You've got to move the ball and be accurate with it. As you can see, they're giving away to Mkhitaryan, but it's giving every piece of impetus to Roma to come flying forward again and to attack in numbers.
Oh, Mkhitaryan quickly becoming a key chess piece here as Abraham gets his strike away, and it just goes in. You see the celebration from Irma. I'm not quite sure he expected this one to result in a goal, but it's 4 for Roma, it's 4 for Irma. And it's devastating for Galatasaray, 4-1.
Yeah, as we said, it comes from a cheap giveaway in midfield. It comes away from trying too much with the players that you have, and instead it allowed, as we said, the impetus for Roma to come flying out. It's a great save, but again, how has he got that in from there? You can see almost the reverse swing on it that's managed to creep in at the back post. Again, Irma's not going to care how that's gone in. He's just going to be happy that it has gone in, and it's 4-1 in the very early stages of the second half here.
Oh, Kepa coming from the kickoff here. But confirmation of Irma's 4th here in game 2. Something tells me Mestre from Bayern Munchen will be looking over his shoulder at the end of today. Roma, they are jubilant right now. Contrasting celebrations, of course. Stifler shushing the haters. Irma blowing kisses to the fans.
It's like Jekyll and Hyde out of the Roma team at the moment. You've got one person who is very much wanting to silence people, and the other person is very much wanting to embrace them.
Something tells me we may well see a bit of game management here as well from Irma. He knows he's up by 3 goals. But there's still a lot of time left here in game 2. And I think that shows a level of respect to his opposition here. Knows how good and how dangerous Kepa can be. Jan threatening to get in behind there.
Yeah, it's more a case of it's deciding when you start to employ that type of tactic. If you go too early, again, you're giving every piece of pressure that Galatasaray can come forward on. But, you know, on the flip side, you need to keep killing this clock as much as you can.
Oh, lovely piece of skill there from Kepa, and Gomes, not for the first time this game. Cannot trouble the goalkeeper. And I'm not surprised at all to see this pause come through. Half an hour left in the in-game clock. You got to throw the kitchen sink at this game now if you're Kepa. You're down by 3. Nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean that's I suppose that's the beauty of this, is that it's, you know, it's one game and out. The only issue you have got is potentially goal difference that could creep in here, and you don't want to kind of ship too many goals in one game and potentially leave yourself vulnerable to a goal difference being a deciding factor.
We can see confirmations of the substitutions just flash up there in the top left corner. We did, when we were talking about the match at the start of today, Wes, talk about Arda Turan. Surprised to see him not feature more prominently, but now's the opportunity to do so. Here he is on the ball now. That Roma defence looks absolutely solid at the back, cleared once more. And Irma is looking incredibly impressive here today.
If you talk about the physical attributes they've got Mancini, they've got Smalling.
Abraham! Oh my word, the stunning shot. Sorry to cut across you there, Wes, but as soon as I see that purple bar, I'm surprised, shocked, and most importantly, excited.
But the thing is, if you're giving people that type of room, it's going to be on. And if you're going to back off and back off and back off, you're just going to give them the room to do that.
Corner then to AS Roma. Sitting pretty right now with this scoreline. Abraham wins the header as well, and it's bouncing dangerously on the goal line. Galatasaray settle for now. But they just have not been able to get anything of threat going offensively, Galatasaray. And when they have, it's resulted in somewhat of a lackluster finish. They've got 1, but they need a lot more than that.
Yeah, they need to just improve that attacking mentality going forward here.
Here's Kepa now in the box as well, physically shepherded away from the ball. We've seen those given. And now it's called for a Galatasaray offside. It's I think, worrying for Galatasaray when you come into this game. You're looking to turn to Kepa for a bit of experience. But it's been an absolute resounding victory so far. Stranger things have happened, Wes, but so far a resounding victory for Irma. Just 15 in-game minutes to go.
Yeah, and you'll notice just very quickly on the side of the screen there from Irma, you'll notice that he's only got 1 sub that's probably, I think it was 85 rated, and talking about levels and things like that. If you've only got 1 sub that you're looking to bring on, it gives the rest of your starting 11, it gives you the ability to have a lot more in the tank for those players. So it becomes more of a talking point in between players, even in their teams, as to how they format their team. You know, do you go and make the strongest starting 11 possible and hope it carries you through? Or do you look to have a wide range of a bench? And I think at the moment, I think with Galatasaray, I think, you know, we talked about Arda Turan, we talked about players that they have at their disposal, but it's whether they have, you know, the right amount of training points in the right places to make their players or make the best of their situation. Because at the moment, they don't appear to be playing to their own team strengths.
Of course, this season, the clubs are locked to a maximum 2,300 squad rating. So you've got to choose where exactly you want your strengths to lie. As Wes said, do you go for squad depth? Do you go for an amazing starting 11? For now, though, Tammy Abraham is in, and you've got Jan there as well, but his first touch is nothing short of abysmal. It could have been 5. They will come again now, Roma. Mkhitaryan, and that's a disappointing one, all the way through to Muslera.
Yeah, and it seems to be in the early, at least our early viewings of Roma, they appear to have that balance that they know who they want to play and they know how they want to play, which is vital. It's half the battle is knowing your squad inside and out. The second half is going and performing to a level that befits them, and certainly Irma has done that in absolute spades here.
Looking a well-rounded team and club for this season, RAS Roma. This one is but a formality at this point. 2 minutes added on for Galatasaray, perhaps, to get a consolation. Gomes now here for Kepa. And that, I think, has summed up their day here in Game 2. And it's yet another 3 points going to AS Roma. You see the celebration from Irma. Once more blowing a kiss to the fans. An excellent performance from the new player. Galatasaray, they have work to do in games to come, Wes. Here are your stats, but try, if you can, to sum up that incredible performance from Irma.
Yeah, it was shock and awe from Irma, realistically. I mean, the skills and the ability to execute under pressure. You know, like we said, you know, Kepa was under pressure for a very different reason. Irma is under the pressure of, I need to go and perform at the level that we saw out of the first game from Stifler. So, if anything, he's gone and exceeded that level by scoring more goals.
Scoring more goals indeed. There is the opening chance for Galatasaray, and that, I think, for the Turkish fans would have maybe given them something to expect for the game to go on. But Jan with the opener just 7 or so in-game minutes later. Was an unfortunate one to concede, but they all count the same.
Yeah, and as we said in commentary, Irma won't mind how it went in. If it's bundled across the line, if it smacks somebody off the back of the head and goes in, he's not going to care so long as it's a goal for AS Roma. It's a beautiful goal from there. You know, again, to have the composure to find the additional pass. You know, it takes the manual goalkeeping out of commission because you've passed it across and you've got yourself a free man. And again, you can see there he was urging, you know, calmness from his teammates and calmness from those around him because he knew the job wasn't done. You know, at 2-0, it's a delicate scoreline within eFootball. And, you know, as it proved here, it was a great through ball here to find Bafétimbi Gomes. And again, very instinctive, fires it home. And we thought, oh, okay, this is going to catch fire now. And unfortunately, it then turned out that Irma extinguished that fire.
Yeah, this was the Gomes goal to cut the lead in half at 2-1. We'll get to see more goals, of course, to come as we just cycle through the highlights. There was Mkhitaryan's second of the game to make it 3. But the question is, Wes, we saw similar score lines yesterday when we look at the results of Game 1 and Game 2 from AS Monaco, losing the first 2 to Celtic. You now turn to someone in Munchen, who is a strong 1-versus-1 player to try and get some points back, as there was the 4th from AS Roma. A wonderfully taken goal from that angle. Do you think Munchen now has all the pressure in the world, or does he have less pressure?
I think he's got all of the pressure. He now knows that he's got to get something on the board because you don't want to go out into their second game of the day and be on 0 points. So it's vital that he gets something out of this game.
Oh, another wonderful performance from AS Roma Irma there. Loving his new club, Semre. It was a great performance, and they're up to 6 points now in this match.
And I tell you what, with the ilk of Kepa, you would have thought the scoreline would have been the other way around, knowing what he's capable of doing in front of goal, but really has been so impressive from AS Roma so far. And they really are giving me a bit of the Celtic vibes of yesterday, the only other team that have completely revamped their squad. And so far, they're proving that it really was worth doing. 6 points from 6. Absolutely astonishing stuff from them so far. We'll see if they can carry that on into game 3 or if Galatasaray can find a way to climb back into this match. So let's see who's going to be featuring. As we know, you've already hinted at it. It's going to be Mujahid for Galatasaray, the only Turkish representative in this competition. On top of that, he had the best defensive record in the competition last season. So he certainly will be hoping that he can keep a clean sheet in this one, because up next he's going to be against Gallardo for AS Roma, a relative newcomer, you could say. He had a handful of games and matches last season out with Celtic before switching allegiances to join and make his debut for a full season with AS Roma. But in the case of Mujahid, well, he certainly is going to hope that his defence is on point and that he's brought his shooting boots, because it would be terrible for Galatasaray to finish this match without any points on the board.
Yeah, it's a good point you raised, because Mujahid last season defensively in co-op was incredibly good. He was the best defender in the league, if I remember correctly, on in terms of defensive points. But that was 3 versus 3. I don't want to speak on behalf of Mujahid, but from what I've seen, Wes, a much stronger 1 versus 1 player than he is in the co-op game. And we saw yesterday from AS Babisk, defensive players can sneak results here or there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's that change in dynamic, as it were. You know, from going from 3v3 to 1v1, you know, we will see the best of players. We will potentially see the worst of players. Some players may have hidden behind teammates and potentially have kind of skimmed along here, but I don't think Mujahid falls into that category. A very, very solid player. We've seen it on the national stage. We've seen it in a, representing himself. But you know, Gagliardo will not be one to kind of shrink on this type of occasion. I think this will almost be his coming out party, I think, for AS Roma.
Well, we say thank you very much to Semra. We'll get to chat to you more after the game here. Game 3 between Galatasaray and Roma. The players are just setting up their teams, making sure the team sheet is compliant within, of course, the rules. We have our referee in the back, Sergio, making sure that all the rules are being upheld. But a lot of pressure now. A lot of pressure on Mujahid. On Gagliardo's side, you have to say, it's a new club for him. It's a position where Roma already have those 6 points out of 6 so far. Does this almost become a bit of a free hit for the new man?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you look very briefly at his lineup there. I think it's right on the limit of 2,300. So you know that he's put a lot of time, a lot of work into getting that to the exact level he wants it to be. I think I saw a 92 rated Abraham, which you notice the little differences between each squad member. So seeing how these players behave under different players' controls is going to be fascinating. But for Gagliardo, I think it is a little bit of a free hit. There's already 6 points on the board for Roma. Yes, it would be nice to have 9 or even 7, but I don't think it's the end of the world if he does come unstuck and lose here.
Well, he will be hoping to impress his new club, Will Gagliardo, but on the other side, the captain Mujahid representing Galatasaray for a second season now. His fans will be looking to him to steady the ship and make sure Galatasaray come away from this match with something to show for it. AS Roma, as they have for the previous 2 games, decked out in all white. Galatasaray in their home strip. And it's an early attack here for Galatasaray. And I tell you what, Mucha hits it behind here and opens the scoring. A beautifully taken goal. And Galatasaray strike first into the lead now. The Turkish club 1-0.
Yeah, it's a brilliant move. I originally looked up for a flag. I will not lie to you at home. I genuinely was looking and thinking, is that offside? It's a wonderfully timed ball from Bafatimi Gomez and through to Atakoglu. Brilliant finish from him. And again, Mukahit early going, gets a goal ahead, and all of a sudden changes the complexity for Galatasaray straight away here.
Well, we know how good Mujahid is at the back, but the prowess going forward there was a sight to behold. A goal within the opening 10 minutes, and I tell you what, he's looking for the 1-2 punch here as well to poke it through to Bafétimbi Gomis. Mujahid then on the board for Galatasaray this season. And it's a great ball through to Gomis. He's wrestled down to the floor, but it will still be in possession of Galatasaray, who are in search of more goals to join the likes of Mestre and Lotfi at the top of that table, you see. On the left-hand side of your screen, Roma already up to 5th place with 4 goals after just 1 game. That is impressive indeed. Roma looking a real force this season, but they're down here in game 3 with 15 minutes gone.
Yeah, you can see Roma just trying to steady the ship a little bit from where they've conceded. Not quite as fluid at the moment, but I'd imagine give it time and allow this game to open up a little bit. If Galatasaray do open up a little bit and give them a little bit of room, we may see an opportunity come by for Tammy Abraham. It's going to be up to Gagliardo to make sure that he finishes.
You can see from the silky skills in midfield that Mujahid very much feeling confident and at home in the 1 versus 1 discipline. There's a chance here potentially for Roma. But you're very right that the chances will come for Roma. There's a stunning pass to Gomis, looking to feed a teammate, but that is almost a very dangerous deflection indeed.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with those ricochets. They can go literally anywhere. As you see Galatasaray back on the attack. Great little double touch.
And you can tell Mujahid knowing his team incredibly well. The skill moves and playing to the strengths, Wes, which is going to be a theme that we talk about a lot throughout the eFootball Championship Pro this year. It's all about knowing the proverbial weapons at your disposal.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot's to be said for we're seeing a lot of teams line up in a very similar formation. You know, that 4-3-3, very direct. And whilst it does work for some teams, it may not necessarily benefit everybody. So I think they've got to be a little bit more considerate. Brilliant ball in again.
Oh, that is a fantastic ball and an even better finish from Mujahid, who doubles the lead. The captain steps up in a big way so far in this first half. The goals, they seemed like they were coming. He seems the more comfortable. And it's 2 now for Galatasaray.
Yeah, we talk about being at home with your team. We talked yesterday about, players almost being a little bit of a distraction. Mukahit appears to be using Bafétimbi Gomis more as a lightning rod to allow other players into the game. It's that man again. It's Akçakoglu, who just a very delicate chip over the goalkeeper. You could see the little X where it was going to land. You knew it was going to clip off the post and go into the back of the net. It's a brilliant finish, and Mukahit showing his team the way of how to play with this Galatasaray side.
Half an hour gone, and the captain has scored 2. And they needed him most. And of course, Galatasaray fans at home, we know how passionate they are. We'll be hoping the result stays this way here in game 3, so they can be involved in the victory giveaway campaign. Here is Abraham now, though, and he gets his strike away! An absolute banger from Tammy Abraham. Gagliardo's first goal of the season is an absolute stunner.
It's like we said, if you have enough room to execute it, and if you have enough confidence in the player you're controlling, stunning shots are an incredibly effective way to score. Past the keeper before he's even realised what day it is. Brilliant finish from Abraham. And again, all of a sudden now, 2-1. We saw an echo almost of the game with Kepa. There's now a goal back in the game. The next goal, not to use a footballing cliche, but the next goal is absolutely vital for either one of these teams.
The frustration from the Galatasaray captain to concede in such a manner, but Gagliardo now on the board for the Romans in a fantastic way as well. Half-time can't seem to come soon enough for Galatasaray, as it looked as if Gagliardo was going to go in search of an equaliser immediately. 5 minutes till the half, plus stoppages, of course. And that goal just gives Mujahid something to think about here, Wes, as it was looking exactly to script at 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you can put a little bit of doubt in somebody, you may force them to make an unforced error, do something they're not quite used to. I mean, we've just seen a kind of a ball just floated into midfield out of nowhere. It's given Roma the opportunity to get him towards goal.
Oh, they could not deal with El Shaarawy. Gagliardo almost getting that equaliser we were talking about. The doubts and the hesitation as well, Wes. We'll see it better from this angle. Just wide of the post. Maybe creeping in now for Mujahid.
Yeah, you can see the footwork. It's like Gagliardo's got his second wind. He's got a bit of confidence back in him. Again, a player of El Shaarawy's calibre. Again, if you've got a high dribbling stat, that you've developed through the levelling up system within Dream Team, it's a very, very potent weapon to have. So keep your eyes peeled for whether he can keep getting him into the game.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Mujahid and Galatasaray now trying to carve something open with the double touch, but something tells me that will be the last attempt of the half, and the referee seemingly agrees. Galatasaray up at the break. But you'd have to argue, Wes, as we take a quick look at the stats, that maybe Roma are, I don't want to say with the momentum, but you have to say maybe the doubt is starting to creep in, as we've mentioned, for Galatasaray here.
Yeah, you have to be careful. If you are Galatasaray, you're going to have to be careful. Don't give away the ball cheaply. Don't do anything too rash, and try and get a third goal here and try and kill the game off. A 2-1 deficit, it's not the greatest of scorelines, especially if, anything can happen. We saw in previous seasons where, balls have been fired back to goalkeepers for gamesmanship and it just not work.
Well, El Shaarawy is able to get his strike away in search of an equaliser. The second bite of the cherry straight at the keeper. So we're into the second half then. The sides swap as Roma try and ride the wave that was their first goal of game 3. For Galatasaray here, attacking from left to right. It's all about trying to reinstate that 2-goal lead, and that is, some would say, a decisive defensive decision. But I call it as I see it, Wes. That was a bit of a mistake, as the corner now will come in from Galatasaray. It looked straight at the man, but it will be yet another corner to come, this time on the far side. As we saw yesterday in Group A, these can be very difficult to deal with. It's whipped in, but can't beat the first man this time.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to either defend it right out at the source, or you've got to have somebody in the right place, at the front post to make sure that that ball does not go flying through. I mentioned it enough times in commentary yesterday, almost to the point it sounded like I was just ranting, but they've just got to defend these corners better.
Zaniolo then to Mkhitaryan and Tammy Abraham combining as well, as Roma once more coming forward in search of that equaliser here in game 3. Zaniolo tries to stand it up to Mkhitaryan. First time strike from Pellegrini. Will not be enough. We're entering the hour mark now in game. This is around the time you would expect to see some substitutes, and we'll get to see exactly what Mujahid and Gagliardo have prepared in terms of a plan B. Zaniolo, though, running beyond, turns in the box as well. The defender makes his life incredibly difficult. Dangerous game to be playing there, Wes.
Yeah, it's that touch that took it kind of from a chance to being not a chance. It's not something you can master. It's more baked into the player's skills, that if they have a particular skill, they're able to do that skill move, but you can't really choose when it happens. So I think Gagliardo will be a little bit disappointed, a little bit annoyed that it hasn't happened for him, but it's broke free on the left with El Shaarawy.
Nervy times here for Galatasaray fans. El Shaarawy still has the ball. Nelson steps up. But nervy because you can see games 1 and 2 did not go Galatasaray's way. They would love a third goal to celebrate here. Here comes Mujahid looking for a player on that far side. It will come all the way through, and that is a stunning save to prevent that third goal that Galatasaray were looking for.
How vital could that be for Rui Patricio? It's a massive pull to keep it out of the goal, and now Roma down the other end.
Look at this. Tammy Abraham is offside. That might be the cue then for the changes, or maybe we'll see the game resume. But no, both players electing to switch up their squads here, Wes.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the bench there. You can see that Aguado's idea is to maybe have a few more balanced players on the bench. There's Carlos Perez, I believe I can see there. You've got Jean that's still there too. So there's 2 or 3 subs that are there, or at least there's 2 subs there that can be used that are of a decent quality that you can bring on to potentially affect the game. And again, if you're looking to chase the game, you want those attacking options. And I think that might be what Aguado has prepared for in this environment, is that if he does go a goal down, he has additional players that can bring on, at least weapons that can go and affect the game. So, look for those players to become prominent after they come off, or after they come out of this pause.
Such a nervy time of the match. Galatasaray were up by 2. But they have a lead to defend into the final moments of this match. Roma, the team chasing. As we kick to resume the match then, the changes are done and dusted. What fireworks do we have in store to end this game 3? It's been a fabulous match 1 of Group B. We thought Group A yesterday was full of fireworks. This one is proving very much the same. And Carlos Perez has gone down there. Referee not buying that one whatsoever. Hard done by, in my opinion. But here's El Shaarawy. Pellegrini to Abraham. Can he trap the ball? The answer to that question is no.
Yeah, left me absolutely perplexed how that's not been given by the ref. But
well, here he is on Perez. The ball again. Perez trying to double touch. A very strong challenge indeed. Will result in a corner. Played out to the edge of the box. Carlos Perez trying to buy a penalty perhaps with these skill moves, or just try and weave a way through for Gagliardo and AS Roma. 10 in-game minutes to go. Galatasaray in full defensive mode. It's, for lack of a better term, a bit of a siege mentality now, as it is all one-way traffic. El Shaarawy has Abraham running beyond. He's trying to find him here as well with the header, of which was straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think if you're an AS Roma fan at the moment, you'd be probably petitioning the referee after this game as to at least 1, if not 2, penalty shouts that could have easily have been given, but fortunately no dice. And as it stands, clock is still ticking, 4 minutes left. Babel got free on the right-hand side here for Galatasaray. Is he going to try and kill the game a little bit? No, he's dribbling into the box.
He's beaten his first man. Can he find a teammate here? This could be the dagger. And I think Mujahid says, yep, that was my one opportunity I'm going to allow myself. I'm going to try and keep the ball until then. But the ball has come back now as we enter the 90th minute. To AS Roma, can they steal anything away from game 3? Just the 1 minute added on here. And I think that one will be the 3 points going to Galatasaray. Mujahid, he holds on. He defends his lead. And Galatasaray, Wes, they have something to show from their first match in this group. A great performance by that man on your screen.
Yeah, I think that was vital for Galatasaray to at least get on the board. Again, we'll give them some semblance of confidence going into the match 3 of the day, which we'll see later on. But at least it is something for them to take away from this. It was a great start from Mujahid. Again, it was a brilliantly found goal, and it was Ertuğrul that was the guy for him that appeared to just get this game away from from AS Roma.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be one-way traffic for the majority of the game. That is a tidy finish to double the lead at the half-hour mark. And we didn't see much, it has to be said, from Gagliardo. Up to this point, I believe the first goal and the only goal from Roma came very shortly afterwards, just about 5 minutes later. But it was a great strike, wasn't it? That stunning kick from Abraham found the back of the net. And I tell you what, Wes, I wouldn't want to be the groundsman because you have to be checking that net after that.
Yeah, I've seen goals be absolutely destroyed by shots like that. But we saw here, fantastic big pour on it from Rui Patricio to keep Roma in the game, and unfortunately just wasn't enough.
So there we have it. We have Galatasaray with points to show then, Semra, from match day one. We'll see them later on as well, of course, but a decent result there from the captain.
Very much indeed. Mujahid, he could have buckled under the pressure considering that his teammates had lost the first two games going into his game, but instead he kept it cool as a cucumber and came out on top. So here's a quick look back at some of the results then thus far. In fact, all of the results that have been played from match one, and it ended 2-1 in favour of Roma in the game that kick-started the day for us, and it was a huge victory in game two, a 4-1. So far, the biggest victory goal margin there, and a 2-1 victory at the end this time for Galatasaray, which means they put those 3 points on the board and sets them up very nicely indeed for the second match that they have later on in the day. So, of course, always lots of interesting things to extrapolate from these games and from these matches. What would be some of the main takeaways and highlights then from what we've just seen there between those two sides, Galatasaray and AS Roma?
I think the big one for me is Irma taking on Kepa. We know how strong Kepa is. It's not easy to bring away this type of performance in game two, but in the fashion he did it. 3 first half goals and then a 4th shortly afterwards. He's chasing down Mestre now at the top of the goal scoring tables. A great result all round from Roma. I think they'll be a little disappointed not to get at least a point away from game 3. But here he is now, sitting in 5th place after just a single game played. The same can be said, of course, to Eldridge O'Neill, joining him on 4 goals. But overall, yeah, it's a fantastic result, it has to be said, from Roma. They'll be pretty happy with their day's work.
They will be indeed, considering that they won't be in action until next Sunday. I believe it was Saturday it is actually, but next weekend. So those 6 points definitely see them sitting pretty at the top of the pile for now. We'll see what Galatasaray can do by the end of the day, and we'll also see what's in store from Barcelona and Arsenal. But first, we're going to cross back over to Wes, who is going to catch up with the team captains of both of those two teams, Galatasaray and AS Roma, to get their thoughts and perspectives of how it all went down. Wes, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much again, Samara. We're joined by Mujahid from Galatasaray. Mujahid, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, commiserations that you didn't quite get as many points as you probably would have hoped. 3 points out of a possible 9. Are you disappointed with the performance, or do you think that there are lessons to be learned from those performances in the first 2 games?
Both. It's not exactly the start we wanted, but at least we got 3 points. And I think in the first game, Jole deserved a bit more. He played well, I think, and an unfortunate last minute goal from Roma. And but we have 3 more games, 9 points more to collect. It's 12 points totally in total. We saw Celtic yesterday with 12 points. It's a really good amount of points, and we will take lessons in these games, and we will try to do better against Barcelona.
Yeah, it's a positive mentality to take out of that first matchup. I think, having looking over some of the highlights, it was just chances that just fell by the wayside. We're seeing Bafatimbi Gomis score a goal. Is he an important player for this Galatasaray side?
Yeah, he's the best finisher in our team, and he's really good on the aerial balls. So yeah, we're trying to take the best out of him.
Fantastic to hear. Well, I hope that you enjoy your next games to come. It's going to be match 3. It'll be the match we see later on. Hopefully, you guys can take a little bit of form out of that last game into that game there.
Thank you. Hopefully.
Fantastic. We're joined by AS Roma. Gagliardo, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you're all well. Congratulations to your team for picking up 6 points out of 9. Are you pleased with the performance of the team as a whole?
But we try a lot. We are a family. And my teammates, Roma and Stifler, we play well and win the first match. I'm very lucky in second match and nothing. I want to win the next match today and play better and train a lot with my teammates.
That's good to hear. I mean, Stifler was fantastic in his debut to have that last-minute equaliser. How important was that for the team to get started with a 3 points in the game one?
We play better in this match today, but when the opponent seeing it is very difficult. I think the next match today we play better. We're training a lot and nothing.
That's fantastic. There's certainly some work to do. You can see we're just seeing Stifler's reaction to scoring a goal and was silencing some of his critics, which is great to see from a commentary standpoint. And it was good to see Roma performing in the way that he did. I mean, Irma in game 2 was absolutely on fire. And again, to beat a player like Kepa, that's got to be, a very positive thing for confidence, right?
Yes, of course. I know.
It was great to see. So, again, thank you very much for joining us. Again,
thank you so much.
Take a bit of a rest now, and hopefully we'll see more of AS Roma coming through.
Cheers, Wes. Appreciate it. Certainly is nice to see how well this new AS Roma team are gelling, and we'll see what the rest of the day has in store for Galatasaray as they get a little bit of time to rest and regroup now, and they can actually study up their next opponents. We're going to be in action right now for match 2. It's going to be 2 heavyweights in this one, FC Barcelona against Arsenal.
Muy feliz porque el año pasado entrené duro para poder seguir en este equipo que me gusta mucho y me trata muy bien, y encima es que es un nuevo juego, nuevas experiencias y con 2 compañeros que me llevo muy bien y con muchas ganas.
Our goal for this season is to get the highest possible achievement. All 3 of us have the ambition to become champions, and my personal goal is to win every match in the competition. We were playing very well overall, but there was one thing we were missing, and that was being clinical up front in the finishing, and that will definitely be our main focus this season. We are the Arsenal, and we are ready for this season's eFootball Championship Pro. Come on, Gunners!
Well, there you have it. 2 very experienced clubs and very experienced players as well in the mix, as both of them try to put aside some disappointing results last time out and try to advance even further in the knockout stages this campaign, if at all possible. So let's go ahead and see then who's going to be in the mix for game 1 between FC Barcelona and Arsenal. And it's going to be the Palma, the young Spaniard, who is going to be representing the badge for the 3rd season running. He was MVP and picked up the best goal award in match day 3 in the 2021 campaign. He'll be up against Barbosa, the lone Portuguese representative in this competition, but somebody who has also picked up plenty of awards himself. Now, Wes, all of us, we are fans first and foremost, besides being professionals here. But as far as I understand from previous broadcasts, you've talked openly and glowingly about how Barbosa is your favourite player. Does that still ring true?
Oh, absolutely. In terms of just from a performance standpoint, he's one of the better players that we saw from a co-op standpoint. Was able to deliver goals, deliver passes, deliver tackles where needed. And then to top it off, if you are a headphone user, I will warn you now, he will get very loud. I absolutely promise you, as Harry will attest to as well. A very passionate individual. And again, worth his weight in gold for this Arsenal team.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the more entertaining figures of the entire competition. We've seen him, whether it's in the studio, whether he's at home, he will blow your eardrums out with his celebration. So expect a lot of passion from the Arsenal side to come. Looking forward to seeing how they can push things through this season, potentially go that one step further.
Well, great stuff, guys. And go ahead and get us ready to go for the next game. I think the players are ready, so I'll give you a quick second to catch your breath. But I can imagine this is going to be just as mouth-watering as match one. I hope it lives up to it.
Well, thank you very much, Semra. Yes, this one is an intriguing one, Wes, because we have De Palma for Barcelona. His not his first season for Barcelona. He's been with them for a couple of years now, and halfway through last year in the co-op campaign, he was looking absolutely unbeatable. Goals, assists, he was putting up MVP performances, and then seemed to have a bit of a drop-off towards the business end of the competition. I'm not sure why that was. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to start just as fast and maintain that level of competition this season. But on the other side, we have Barbosa, fiery, a very impressive character as well. This one should give us lots of entertainment as we kick off Barcelona versus Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the Palma, we've seen him, in previous tournaments at 1v1 level be incredibly impressive. And again, this goes to stand to reason that he's actually, he's not necessarily that bad of a 1v1 player. So I think, looking at the abilities that are on show here, as much as we've, glowingly spoken about Barbosa, again, the same could be said for De Palma. I think as a 1v1 player, I think he's better than he is as a co-op. So I think looking at the two teams here, I think both are setting up with 3 back formations. So this will be very interesting to watch.
Very interesting indeed as we see the opening stages of the match. Barcelona kicking from right to left. Here is Aubameyang against his former club, of course, now on the virtual pitch. Dembele as well, and that is an absolute wonder strike. From Dembele, De Palma opens his account with a wonderful strike.
Yeah, it's that clinical double touch that we've seen from De Palma so many times throughout his entire eFootball career. And again, no sooner has he been given the opportunity, you're seeing 3-man formations where players are flowing forward here. You see it's the neat little ball roll off from Aubameyang. It's a neat little turn. It's a dummy into a double touch, which again, as button combos go, it's a pretty expert one to pull off. You can see it just knocks it round the corner. And Leno is left standing. There's not a lot you can do in that scenario. Defender goes to try and cover it, finds the gap and finds the lane. And it's 1-0 very early on. You can see that Barbosa not giving a lot away in terms of his reaction, but you can imagine he'll be bitterly disappointed with that.
Well, if you're wondering what to expect then from the Barcelona squad this season, Palmer is one that will score goals such as those in very frequent fashion. It's up to Barbosa now from Arsenal to try and make sure, first of all, it doesn't end up being 2, and it is 2. Same man, same result. De Palma strikes once more, and it's 2 within 12 minutes.
He's a silent assassin. It's De Palma. What a finish that was. But again, it's the same similar pass and move. If you notice, Aubameyang takes the ball in, Dembele's running off. And again, it's as we said yesterday, it's about picking moments to do something different. Again, if you're Barbosa, you go, well, he's in the same position. He'll do the same thing. No, he won't. He'll absolutely slam it into the top corner. 2-0 to Barcelona. And, well, this is... I would even say it's a surprise. It's the best players playing the best players. You're going to get results and passages of play like this.
That was an absolute hit from De Palma. A man who has spent a couple of seasons at the Catalan club now. Someone that fans of the club will know very well from his performances last year. He seems to be continuing his early season form in this competition now as well. Corner to come. Batty somehow makes his way through and is on a jinking run here. But Arsenal, they survive. And that's what they're doing here. Where's they're surviving? They seem to be hanging on. They're coming forward now, though, with Lacazette. But the Palmer, incredibly organised defensively here as well.
But if you're talking about dream team players, you're talking about, players or teams to go and look at, you look no further than Barcelona in terms of their youngsters. You've got Pedri, you've got Gavi, you've got Ansu Fati. You've got a lot of great weapons around the team. And the Palmer is using them to expert, abilities here. Not just even talking, we haven't even got to their back line. You look at Raul Araujo, who's been superb for them. And again, the ball might even get to the back line the way that the Palmer's playing. It's unbelievable.
In search of 3, and we speak about players that maybe want to contest Mestre in the race for the Golden Boots. This certainly will be one of them. Of course, we can mention Barbosa in that conversation as well, but so far hasn't really had an attack to show for those aspirations. Here is Nicola Pepe. But once more, the defensive duty from the Palmer has been absolutely solid, and the attacking gameplay has been decent as well. Lokonga cannot quite find the pass through. I think the intended recipient was Ødegaard, but look at this. This is Aubameyang here to make it 3!
Oh,
the groan from Barbosa. He did everything that he could to put Aubameyang off for the Palmer. But it is Barcelona who score 3 with the slipping Aubameyang.
Yeah, and it's that man. It's Aubameyang. We've seen it in previous iterations of the game. We've seen it in previous iterations of this competition, just how good Aubameyang has been for Arsenal, and now it's almost the return of the X, where he now turns up for Barcelona and is absolutely tearing his old side to asunder. And again, you look at the mentalities, or at least the body languages of both players. The Palmer, I don't even think's moved an inch. That's not a static image, is it? He's actually still playing, right? It's unbelievable. If I was 3-0 up after 30 minutes, I'd be bouncing around the room. But then again, I suppose that's why I'm here and they're there. But you can look and see that these tactical switches that are coming in, but it's a very, very open game of eFootball that's happening right now.
Do not adjust your screen. That is a live image of the Palmer. As cool as you like. Of course, his aspirations will be, as we said before, more towards the business end of this competition, as his Barcelona squad expects to be in the knockout stages. And it's that man again, Aubameyang, threatening to make it 4. The Arsenal backline, though, did well to step up and play him offside.
Yeah, but you can see just from the players that are there, we haven't even spoken about Memphis Depay, but the players that are surrounding this side, Frenkie de Jong, that is littered with superstars. And, again...
Chance now for Arsenal as Lacazette. Wes almost gets the strike away, and he does, but parried away.
Yeah, so I was just about to say that the players, or the quality of these players, again, you put them in the hands of a player like the Palmer, you're going to see goals. You're going to see damage pretty quickly.
Very good link up there for Arsenal until the final moments. This is better, though, from Barbosa. Starting to settle into the game, as I say. Commentary curse. Seems to be more settled defensively now, though. Where are the gaps? Lacazette tries to feed Martinelli. And the Palmer, again, is holding strong there at the back. This was, I was going to say, is a good passage of play from Arsenal, but you can see, again, runners in behind here, in between the middle of the two centre-backs. There's 1 minute left in the half. What can Fati do here? Memphis Depay is shepherded away, but unfairly, says the referee, and this will be a free kick to end the half.
Yeah, you can see exactly what the Palmer's game plan is. It's isolate wingers.
Depay steps up, and it's into the back of the net. An absolute peach from Barcelona. The Palma is on a roll. 4-0.
That's an unbelievable strike. Again, though, you can see goalkeeper moves just a little bit. Still not enough. It's an unbelievable strike from him. And the Palma is a one-man wrecking crew at this moment in time. You can see Barbosa just unhappy with that conceding that goal. But 4-0. And as he rightly said, anything that the Palma is hitting, it's just flying into the back of the net, regardless of where he hits it from.
Seemingly everything he's touching right now is turning to gold. Or should I say goals? As Barbosa has some work to do. We'll take a look again as these players have a little change up at half-time. I mean, we talk about group stage goals, Wes. There is, of course, an award for goal of the group stages. That's got to be up there, surely.
That's an early front runner for my money, most definitely. The quality on the strike, it had that almost looping quality to it, and it just nestled into the top corner. Keeper had absolutely no chance.
So we kick off then the second half. Palmer with that free kick goal joins Eldridge and Irma on 4 goals in the leading goal scorer tables. And it's only just past half-time, Wes. So that could very well increase. And we will see Barcelona in match 3 of today as well. So don't be surprised to see some Barcelona names littering that table. Here is Memphis Depay, who scored the free kick.
Yeah, I think the surprising bit for me here is just it's how underwhelming Arsenal have been. But whether that's a shape issue, whether that's just not being able to play through the lines, not being able to get the ball free, I'm not quite sure at this point. But they're just not being at the races here.
I feel we should maybe apologise to the viewers because we've built Barbosa up as a very passionate individual. We haven't had a chance to see him get too passionate just yet, not in a positive manner anyway. Here is Pedri. And Bele causing the Arsenal defence all kinds of problems, but they survive that scare. And, well, Martinelli, if he controls this well enough, could be in behind. But once again, defensive duty, seemingly the Palmer's strong suit.
Well, this comes back to it as well. If you're looking at when we see the pauses and we see each team, you're looking again at how these players have trained their squads and what they have benefited from. You look at some of the player selections as well. Interestingly, with Neto being in goal for Barcelona, it allows you to play a little bit more with your star players further up the field. It's allowed this Barca side to just absolutely run rampant here.
Well, Arsenal win the first ball, but Barcelona clear. Here are the league tables in both Group A and Group B. We saw yesterday Celtic with a fantastic result. Smith Rowe trying to feed Martinelli meanwhile. And Barcelona, this is their dream start. This is no doubt what they were anticipating by sending their captain out to play the first game. It will be interesting to see as we look forward to game 2 and 3 who plays whom for both of these two clubs. There's more changes to come now, Wes.
Yeah, you can just see the 3-4-3 nature of that lineup. I mean, it's heavily aggressive, but that's been like that from the off. And whether that, I mean, you look at it, it's a 3-5-2 from the Palma, but it just seems to be a little bit more structured. You've got Adama Traore coming on. I believe there's Braithwaite coming on for Barcelona as well. But it's having that ability and having those players to make changes with. You've got Eddie Nketiah coming on, and it's Bukayo Saka that's also on for Arsenal. It's having that ability to change it. If it isn't working, you're a little bit stuck if you haven't got a plan B or C to kind of almost pivot to. So I think for Barbosa, I think it's a case of having a look back at what went wrong here. I mean, I'm not really to call a game done before it's done, but 4-0 and there hasn't been a lot going forward for Arsenal. It's going to be almost a bit of a fact-finding mission for him to figure out exactly what went wrong here.
Oh, you say it's unlikely to see this turn around for Arsenal. I would be inclined to agree, but the first port of call to make that happen in the final 20 in-game minutes is a goal, and a goal incredibly quickly. Nothing seemingly working going forward for the North London club in this game one. Still 2 games to come. Barbosa on the ball now. Pepe on that far side. What can he do inside the box? Saka to win the header. The Conga is there as well. Pepe arriving and is forced to save. That was better from Barbosa, but not the end result he would have wanted. And here is the super sub. And here come Barcelona. Traore. Memphis Depay on that far side. Beats his man, and it is 5. A super 5 for a super player. De Palma is shooting up the Golden Boot table. It's 5-0.
It's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable performance from him. I mean, again, finding players and finding loose players in the attacking third has been incredibly easy for Barcelona here. It's Memphis Depay with the controlled one into the bottom corner. But it's been too easy for him. It's been too easy for him to find space and find it at will, especially with the players he's got flying forward. If you've got Dembele, if you've got Fati, you've got Adama Traore, you've got Aubameyang, you've got Depay, you've got attacking weapons everywhere. So it's not just one focal point you've got to watch for. You've got to watch 5 or 6.
Oh, here's Martinelli to try and get a consolation here for Arsenal, and Ketia arriving. And Barbosa is on the board. No celebration, no reaction. Understandably so. But Arsenal, they score their first goal of this season's competition.
There's surely no more than a consolation here. So again, it's a nicely worked goal in truth, but it's you know, again, like we said, it's going to be a fact-finding mission for him now to figure out what went well and what didn't go well here. But again, the grand summary of what didn't go well could literally be everything, because it's been goals galore for the Palma and not a lot of opportunities for Arsenal to get into that final third.
5-1 then. Surely not more goals to come. Here is Traore though. De Palma wants to win this by 5. Memphis Depay as well. Can he wriggle through? It's Braithwaite! It is 6! I said it was a super 5. It's now a super 6 for De Palma.
Yeah, slightly fortuitous in how that breaks down, to say the very least. I mean, again, it's about reactions that's there. Again, it's good movement to get the ball into the box in the first place, but there it's a clash of bodies. It's collisions left and right, and it just falls to Braithwaite. And again, much like I said in one of the goals yesterday, it's one of those goals where you're just sitting there going, I just hope I get to it first, and you just press square or your shoot button as hard as you can and just hope it goes in. Of course it's a goal,
man. Look at this, man.
Barbosa not happy at all with the way his virtual defence has shown themselves today. 7 goals in this game so far, 6 coming by way of Barcelona and De Palma. He's almost up at Mestre's level.
He could still be. There's a chance on here.
Pedri now. Depay, who has been a threat throughout the game. Trying to feed Pedri inside, but Aubameyang is there to pick up the pieces here. Into the 90th, Braithwaite turns, gets Aubameyang back involved. Pedri arriving, and there's a defensive mistake at the back.
Everything's so slow, man.
7-1. Do not adjust your set. It is Barcelona 7, Arsenal 1. And it's another breakdown at the back.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Barbosa there. He's charged up the clearance, and instead his player has just completely run into the goalkeeper, and as such, it's allowed a very easy chance for the Palma. Again, the Palma's not going to, he's not going to kick that out of play, as a fair play award. He's going to stick it in the back of the net. And that's the first bit of emotion I think I've seen from him today.
Impossible to play
Perhaps
this game,
some
man.
sympathy for his adversary. He's been in that position before, no doubt, the Palma. He knows how painful those types of goals could be to concede. But that goal, number 7, as we make it official, Barcelona 7, Arsenal 1, brings the Palma right to the top, right to the summit of the eFootball Championship Pro top goal scorer charts, Wes. Something tells me this is going to be a bit more of an extended highlights package based on the 8 goals we saw in that game. I mean, looking at the stats, 8 shots on target from the Palma. That man there will be very happy with his day at the office today. It's not done yet, of course. Got another game to come immediately after this, but he'll be very happy, won't he?
Oh, he'd be absolutely delighted with his performance. On the flip side, I think Barbosa will be incredibly disappointed with his. But it was set the pace here. It was from that brilliant finish from Dembele, and that really set the tone. It was 9 minutes in. We thought, oh, okay, well it'll open up a little bit now. Maybe Barbosa might get one back, and it'll kind of open up. And instead, it just became the Palma and Barcelona becoming a one-team wrecking crew.
Well, a couple of things to note, Wes, as we see the second of 7 going for Barcelona. A few things to talk about. The first, Barbosa, how he bounces back from that Game 1 defeat. It was a drubbing, but I think the most painful thing now for Barbosa, the Portuguese, is you have to wait an entire week for your next chance at redemption, because Arsenal, they don't play again today.
Yeah, I think it might be a slight blessing for him, though, in the sense of you can have a look at your game plan. I mean, we saw it in the early going. It's 3-4-3 against 3-5-2. You're going to have 2 very potent strikers that are going to be up against an Arsenal backline. And as we saw, they had an absolute field day. So maybe it's a case that you maybe don't look to play 3 at the back against players like that. And instead, it's a bit more of a fact-finding mission for Barbosa. But again, having that ability to kind of look back on it, as you see a wonderful free kick from Memphis Depay. I mentioned about how players don't normally take free kicks, go straight over the wall, but it's a bit of gamesmanship because you normally anticipate a goalkeeper move, and instead just popped it into the top corner. But for Barbosa, it's to lick your wounds, it's to kind of take your time and really regroup here, because this is a drubbing. There is no other word for it. It's an absolute drubbing.
It's always difficult, of course, to lead your club out into a Game 1, but there are lessons that Arsenal can take away from that scoreline. Obviously, it's a blemish on their record and their goal difference, Wes, but Games 2 and 3 still to come. You mentioned several times. Bit of a fact-finding mission for the Gunners. It has to be said. Barbosa now can feed that back to his 2 players. We don't know who's going to play yet in Game 2, but it's going to be important that he's able to feed back the mistakes that he made and the strengths, of course, of his Barcelona opponents.
Well, here's the difference maker. The difference maker is that all 3 players from each team may potentially set up with different teams to fall in line with that team strength level. So I think if he does feed it back as potential mistakes, it may not necessarily be the same with whoever comes down the pipe for Barcelona. So
yeah, so true. Barcelona 7, Arsenal 1, Semra. It was an extended highlights package, but we still have 2 more games to come in this match.
That we do, but let me just say this. The Palma, he may have been going up against Arsenal, but he was the one who brought the big guns today. He had all sorts of goals in all different types of shapes and sizes. It really was a masterclass against Arsenal in his opening game for Barcelona. Certainly maybe a sign of things to come as well from his teammates. We'll certainly see what's in store next. So let's go ahead and jump ahead and take a look at who is going to feature for the Catalans against Arsenal as they try to gun their way back into this match. And it's going to be a case of the spring chicken against the seasoned veteran, the youngest player of the tournament against the oldest player of the competition. It's Alex R at 17 years old. You may remember him well. He had a stellar performance in the opening weekend last time out, where he picked up the best goal award. We'll see if he can do one better than today. Whenever it comes to S Venom, he joins his new team as well, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he does. So guys, well, I should say new. He has been with Arsenal before in the past, hasn't he? So, guys, whenever it comes to experience against someone who's really just starting out their professional careers, what kind of game do you think we should expect for this one?
It's a fun one because although we say Alex Sarr, 17 years of age, perhaps not as experienced as his adversary here, had a breakout performance last year, had a great season with Barcelona. So I think it would be fair enough to expect that Alex Sarr is going to give this a really good go. He's going to trouble Venom because despite, of course, last season's competition being a 3 versus 3, we saw glimpses and flashes of brilliance from Alex Sarr. So that's something that I think Venom here, Wes, is going to have to maybe keep an eye on.
Yeah, most certainly. And if the first game is anything to go by, he will see that there are multiple weapons within this Barcelona team that he's got to keep quiet. I think the bonus for Venom now is that he has got a little bit of something to prove because he's coming back to an Arsenal side that, you know, he hasn't played for a little bit. So it's now something to prove of going, hey, you were right to bring me back in. This is what I can do. This is what I can show you. And again, if you're looking for players to come in and try and steady a ship, you would look no further than S-Venom to come in and steady that ship.
Well, thank you very much to Semra. As you can see on your screens, Alex and Venom are ready for Barcelona and Arsenal respectively. So we'll chat to Semra again after the game. But something tells me, Wes, that Arsenal fans might want to prepare a post-it note, a bit of sticky tape to go across the top of the screen for the Game 1 result that no doubt will be popping up incredibly shortly because it's a bit of a blemish on their record. They'll be hoping their man here, S-Venom, attacking from right to left in the Arsenal changed strip, can provide a bit more of a fight to his Barcelona team.
Yeah, what was curious for me for both sides here, from Alex and from Venom, is that both teams are lining up with the back four here. So already there is a fundamental difference between what we saw in the first game tactically to what we saw in this game. So again, a little bit of a difference maker could be here, could be a little bit more width to go on. And already we're seeing kind of Alex and Venom both try and test each other's defenses.
Yeah, that's going to be the beauty, I think, of this competition. We've already had match day 1 in Group A yesterday perform their very best, and we've seen the difference in tactics not only yesterday but also throughout today as well. Barcelona now threaten to score first as they did in that Game 1. Here's Aubameyang. Beats the first man, finds Ansu Fati here as well, who decides to go inside, still somehow gets his strike off. This was a curious finish in the end, Wes. Very improvised, but it will be a corner.
Yeah, slipped at the point of contact. One of the key fundamental things that I've not yet mentioned when we see players playing is the opportunity to super cancel. So it's not a dummy, it just shows the player the power bar and maybe baits them into a bit of a mistake. You'll see that a lot where you'll see a power bar and you won't see an action afterwards. Just something to keep your eye on for players trying to almost destabilise their opponent's defences.
And another thing, we'll see a lot of those driven corners. This time, nothing doing for Barcelona. Opening 15 has been very much a feeling out process for both of these players. A lot more control and restraint, I suppose you could say, shown by S-Venom here in Game 2, having watched his teammate play Game 1.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of not wanting to go toe-to-toe too early, because if you come unstuck early, you could find yourself in a very bad position.
Well, a great turn from Ødegaard almost allowed the back door to be unlocked. Pepe and Partey, Ødegaard getting involved as well. But there are signs of life on the attack here from S-Venom, and something we should note, as we did at the top of this match, Alex Sarr, great season last year, but that was in 3 versus 3. The pressure is all on him now and only him.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see what he has got in the proverbial locker in a 1v1 kind of standpoint, because I think it's almost uncharted territory from my own personal knowledge of Alexar. But then again, he's certainly earned his place here, so we'll certainly see what he's got to work with here.
Ødegaard. Tackled well by Alexar. And struggling to put together those passes that we saw the Palmer do so efficiently in that first game. As Venom looks the more in control of this game now. Pepe skips past his man. Still in control of the ball here. Smith Rowe. He's trying to stand up his man once more. Good skills on display, but not so much of an end product there for S. Venom.
Yeah, you can see him just trying to test the defences and trying to just unseat a Barcelona defender, but it's Aubameyang who's found himself in some prime real estate, gets blocked out by Tomiyasu. But you can see both players are trying to earnestly test each other.
Ødegaard turns well. We'll have a runner on that far side. It's Pepe once more, up against Busquets. It's going to be great duels all over the pitch, and that's something, of course, these players will take into consideration when constructing their dream teams. 10 minutes to go till half-time. Barcelona now. With Ansu Fati. De Jong with an amazing cross. Depay's there with the header. Aubameyang slow to react, and it will only be a goal kick. But that was the first real sign of Barcelona waking up in this game too.
Yeah, you saw there as well. We spoke about the stunning passes and stunning crosses. You saw there as well. Super cancel from the first one, just to bait Venom into just going in a particular direction, allows him enough time to get another crossing. It's a really good save, and to get it back across goal was incredible. Just could not find somebody on the end of it.
Five till the half. Deadlock yet to be broken. We haven't had a game in this competition yet end goalless. I wouldn't want to curse us here, Wes, but both players seem to be negating each other's efforts so far.
Yeah, I think it's a who's going to make a mistake here first, and I think it kind of underpins just how important this game too is.
Oh, look at this, Memphis Depay with a strike, and it's wide of the target. The stunning strike had the power, but a little bit too much direction.
Yeah, that's what we speak about. Although it gives you extra power in your shots, it can sometimes lead to I can only describe it as shanked shots that will go just wide. And again, close one there for him. You can see the almost anguish on his face. I think even Alex knows how important that potential chance could prove to be.
Half-time approaching, no minutes added on, says the referee's assistant. So this should be the final kick of the half. It is indeed. So you see Venom there just scratching his head. It's going to be a very difficult puzzle to piece together for the North London club this season, you feel. Not a single shot registered by the Gunners in the first half, but plenty of possession to show for it.
Yeah, it'll only take one glorious opportunity for them to take the lead if they can get it. But the same can be said for Barcelona. They're certainly getting more opportunities. They're certainly getting more chances. It's going to be a case of the quality that they have behind it, as that's a brilliant goal kick.
Ansu Fati is there in support here as well. Goes for goal, and Aubameyang again, just that bit of hesitation. Perhaps broke his stride. You've got to be switched on and concentrating at all moments in this competition. As the crowd settles down slightly here, and we have a moment to catch our breath. Just seems very scrappy in that midfield. Both players, perhaps we're starting to take a few more risks now as the game ticks on, and the stamina also starts to deplete for both of these clubs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a little bit more of an expansive game now that time starts to tick on. I wouldn't be surprised to see more mistakes from the individual players on the pitch either, with the lack of fitness.
Aubameyang with a great opportunity. He would argue maybe it fell a bit too close to goal for him, but there is one of those opportunities you spoke of, Wes. Great turn, and now Arsenal want to reply in kind. Martinelli now has just too many players to navigate as we take a quick moment to see the Palmer already up level with Mestre at the top of the Golden Boot leaderboard. De Jong now can turn and get his strike away. Did that come off his own man, I wonder? It was a good opportunity for Barcelona, but it will result in a corner.
Yeah, like we've seen today already, these corners are becoming vitally important to the weaponry and the inventory that these players have got to work with. You can see it's that full power going in towards a header, but it's cleared away by an Arsenal defender.
Chance for a break perhaps, but Alex Sarr is not falling for the dummy there. Gets a stunning strike away. Absolutely zips past the goal. Unfortunately, not between the two posts.
Yeah, and what I quite like, what I'm liking from Alex is the fact that when a chance is on, he's just taking an opportunity. He's just trying to make something happen. He's not really looking for a percentage shot. He's more at home, like playing like he was playing somebody that's not in this competition. He's just trying to take the opportunities that are coming to him. I think for Venom, I think it's still a controlled performance from him. It's just not quite been in the vein that I think that a lot of viewers and a lot of us would have potentially have expected from him. But certainly, like we mentioned, if it's something to right the ship or to calm it down, this is kind of playing right into Arsenal's hands to at least get themselves on the board as it stands.
Well, we're into the final moments of the second half now. It's well and truly ticked down as Traore gets his strike away. Fati will as well recover the ball, but has to be said that timer is one that you're going to have to keep an eye on if you're both of these players here. Barcelona are winning the ball back and in advantageous positions as well.
However, I think if you're Arsenal, you don't want your best player on the pitch to be Bernd Leno at this point. You need some type of inspiration coming down the pike.
Nketiah, Martinelli. This is better from Arsenal. It will be a corner from them as well. What can they produce from this set piece? See Traore there going over to try and block the driven cross. It does come in either way. Tomiyasu's still up there. That could be a problem on this counter now, as Barcelona bring the ball forward. Pedri. Alex Sarr starting to build now. Has Traore on that far side as well. But here's De Jong. Slid through to Memphis Depay, but his first touch really lets him down. But speaking of letdowns, that was a bit of hesitation at the back there from Venom. "15 in-game minutes to go, and it's a corner. Defended well in the end. All of a sudden, there seems to be bodies breaking, but nobody can be found. It seems to be that this game is so evenly matched that we cannot seem to find any goal just yet, as De Jong overruns the ball somehow. Chance still on here. Traore can't find Fati. And with 10 in-game minutes to go, Wes, it's getting into next goal wins territory.
Yeah, and that's got this feel about this game all the way through at this point in time. As we can see, ball goes left to Samuel Umtiti.
Umtiti teeing up a teammate, surely. Traore! Depay! No! Still no goal! How on earth is this still goalless? The first, the second, it will still be. corner to be defended for Arsenal. But Barcelona, they are knocking on the door.
He did everything right there, Alex, all apart from the fact that there was a big Brazilian centre-half in the way by the form of Gabriel, who managed to just get himself involved and get away from it. Its danger has not gone, though, but it has now. But it's a wonderful block on the line, and now Martinelli trying to lead the break here.
See Barcelona looking for some type of professional foul. Won't be needed, as you can maybe tell by Venom's reaction. That's a bit of a let-off for Barcelona. Fati, De Jong. There's Depay on that far side. Saka back on defensive duty. Martinelli now for Arsenal, and Lacazette is in behind, but Neto is quick off his line and alert, which you need to be here in the 90th minute. You'd have to say this next attack likely to be the final one of the game, and it's going to break for Barcelona, will it? Pedri, here he is on the ball once again, trying to feed Fati inside, and well, I may have cursed us, Wes, as that game team destined to be full of goals after game one, but game two will end goalless between Barcelona and the Arsenal.
Yeah, but I think that's a happier performance for Venom and for Arsenal than it is for Alex R. I think looking at the stats there, 11 shots, 7 on target. He'll be bitterly disappointed that he wasn't able to put at least one of them away. I think the objective for Venom was to steady the ship, was to get in, get a point, at least get Arsenal on the board. Doesn't seem to be too disgruntled with his performance. He seems to just have got himself across the line, whereas you can see that it looks a little bit written across Alex's face that he feels that he could have won that.
Well, there were opportunities. The tail of the tape definitely showed the 11 shots from that man there. Do you think maybe the fact-finding mission that we mentioned about from game one potentially came through to Arsenal's benefit in terms of nullifying the attack of Alex R there in game two?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's as we'll see here, it's this on Titi chance. Goes to Adama Traore. It's a big save there. Depay just flicked over the top by Gabriel. It's a wonderful block. And I think the fact find, I think, or at least of the regroup from Arsenal is let's just get ourselves on the board. Let's not try and do anything hasty. You can see Venom's trying to get it moving, but he just couldn't quite get that final finish.
Well, Semra, I'm sorry. I cursed us. I said we haven't had a goalless game in the competition yet, but it ends goalless in game two.
Well, it's okay, Harry. We can forgive you. It had to happen sometime, right? It is the only goalless result so far of the tournament. Hopefully it will be the last as well. But it certainly was an interesting battle. We could say, at least from a tactical point of view, both teams were very resilient, very sound at the back, very solid when it came to defence. But that also meant that the flip side was that there weren't too many clear-cut chances in the final thirds for either of those two teams. Well, let's see if things can change then going into game three, the final game for match two between Barcelona and Arsenal. We'll see who is going to feature in this one, and it's going to be Roxa, the man who is rock solid himself, if you like, added a lot of strength to this team that was already very solid, as we've already seen, very strong, this Barcelona side. On top of that, he comes into this as a reigning European champion for his efforts with Serbia. On the other side of the screen is going to be Dominator, and as the name suggests, the Dutchman is no pushover. We heard from him earlier today, and he was talking about how hungry he is, how driven he is for them to go all the way, to go the full 9 yards and to lift this trophy here next to me. But of course, he's up against it. It's tough work for them. No 3 points hit on the board, so he's going to have to pull out all the stops to make sure that he can keep Arsenal in it. The question is, do you think that he can?
It's a very difficult ask, I think, of Indominator in this one, Semra, because of the opposition that Indominator is facing. Roxa, you mentioned it, was a key part of the reason that Serbia were able to not only finish second in the Euros in 2020, but then to come out and bounce back and win it last summer was a large thanks to Roxa's goals. So I'm expecting a decent attacking performance in this one, Wes, from Roxa. On the other side, though, you have to say Indominator, one of those players for Arsenal that for a couple of seasons now has been on top of his tactics. He does his research. So if there's a man who can get the best out of this North London side, it's going to be Indominator.
Yeah, I mean, of players of his ilk, I mean, in Dominator, we talked at length about players who have plans A, B, C, D, E, F to Z. Like, he will be that guy. The only issue is that it depends on what version of him turns up. There has been occasions in the past where he's turned up and he's not quite performed to the level that we're accustomed to. And as such, he's not performed and got the results that he needed to. So it depends on what version of him turns up. And on the flip side of that, of course, you've got Roxa, who, again, for in terms of players and their abilities, is very up there with the very, very best of them. And again, if you put good players in the hands of good players, you are going to have powerful players you're going to have to go up against. I wouldn't like to be in Indominated shoes going up against Roxa, but that's just me. That's my own personal choice.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of time before kickoff to maybe speak about the new format this season. Of course, we have Dream Team coming into eFootball. You see the players there just getting ready moments before kickoff. These eFootball Championship Pro clubs for this year locked at a rating of 2,300. That impacts the lineups. It impacts which players you level up, what you do, and it changes the entire format of this competition, not only through 1v1s instead of 3v3s, but also because as we kick the game off, Wes, of that new format with Dream Team this season.
Yeah, and you've got choices to make with your players. You have choices to make on who plays where, how far you're going to level them up, and more importantly, how accustomed they're going to be to the tactics that you're using. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, team play style level, if you can get it up to 90, it's a +1 overall for everybody. If it's up to 95 plus, it's a +2. And if you can get it to 100, it's a 3+ overall. So again, there's choices for these players to make. It's whether they've made the right choices coming into this season that we're now starting to find out.
Well, the proof will be in the pudding. We're just over 7 minutes in game into game 3 between Barcelona and Arsenal. You can see the previous game results at the top of your screen. The pressure certainly on the North London club, attacking from right to left. That cross palmed away by the goalkeeper. We have Indominator, the captain of the Gunners. A few seasons under his belt now, of course, a veteran overall of this competition. Has to go up against a very fiery opponent in Roxa. Very experienced in 1v1, a prickly customer at the best of times.
Yeah, and that's it. It's versions of players that will turn up. It's what can you do on the day. It's all great having your practices and your scrimmages. It's all well and good, beating your pal who's sat on the sofa next to you, but when it comes to the crunch, when it comes to game time and the lights are on, it's how do you perform here? And that's going to be the critical part for both Roxa and for Indominator here, as to how exactly they perform. We know Indominator is quite methodic in the way that he passes and the way that he hits the ball. As we're seeing here, he's trying to find a kind of almost the first loophole in the Roxa defense. But again, for Roxa, you're going to have to make the most of it when you get that ball, because you may not see it for a while if you lose it.
Well, he has possession of the ball now. What can he gather from this? Aubameyang tries to turn inside Gabriel. With 20 minutes gone, I think you're right, Wes. Arsenal fans can expect the majority of possession here. A player like Indominator does not like to give the ball away. As for Barcelona fans, expect Roxa to go straight for the jugular. Here's Depay trying to find the goalkeeper off of his line, and that is absolutely fabulous. One chance, one goal, and it is a fabulous one from Roxa.
Waving my hands in the commentary box like Kermit the Frog. What a finish that was! That was absolutely out. No, I saw the chip. I saw the ball. It was a cracking ball down the right-hand side. Memphis Depay saw the keeper come a little bit. It was only a little bit that you saw. But it's a fantastic finish. The technical nous to pull that off, knowing that you've got the right level of power. It bounces off the bar, nestles into the back of the net. That is a glorious finish. And we talked about goals of the day so far and goals of the group stage. That is right up there. As you can see, he's absolutely delighted with it, is Roxa. Fantastic finish from him.
Welcome to FC Barcelona. First goal for his new club. And it's a chip of the highest order lofted over the keeper. But Arsenal looking for the immediate reply. That's a lovely bit of skill from Lokonga, but it just won't fall to an Arsenal man. It's not often, Wes, you see those lobbed finishes go in off the underside of the bar, but somehow Roxa's been able to pull that one off.
Yeah, it's a brilliant piece of skill to pull off. And again, it's about executing. It's, yes, all right, he's got Memphis Depay. He's arguably one of the best front men on the planet currently. But you've still got to be able to pull it off between the sticks with your controller and deliver. And to have that confidence to be able to do that, it's not something we don't expect from Roxa. We expect him to be full of confidence through all of the events and all of the things we've seen from him thus far. But again, to pull it off in that context, absolutely fantastic finish.
He's coming forward once more, trying to feed Frenkie de Jong. And with 10 in-game minutes to go till half-time, Dominator will be in search, of course, as he will be throughout the rest of the game, for that equalising goal. Martinelli's found a way in through behind. Lacazette caught in possession. The referee not buying his appeals for a spot kick. Patience shown by a Dominator, but that's a bit of a mistake with that first-time ball. Here is Odegaard. Bounces back out to Pepe. Tomiyasu with the ball in. And this may be where Roxa will do most of his work as he wins seemingly a free kick. As who is that? Lokonga into the referee's book. Yeah. This will be where he does most of his work, where's on the counter.
Yeah, and you can see there it's a clever foul from Dominator, because when you go back and look at that, you'll see how many bodies that were back for Arsenal and how many bodies that were forward for Barcelona. And that's the danger you've got when you're playing quick counter or long ball counter as your preferred play styles, is you will leave players and you'll play a high line and your players will push forward. So as a result, when the ball comes into instances like this, if you can move the ball quickly upfield, it can cause problems.
Well, the referee blows the whistle then. Game 3 is at half-time with Barcelona with only 25% of the ball in the lead. In Dominator for Arsenal needs to turn that possession statistic into goals. And they swap sides here. Arsenal from right to left this time around. And what do you think, Wes, as we see in Dominator playing around the back, what do you think Galatasaray are thinking right now? They play, of course, in match 3 today, which is coming up shortly after this, but they're watching Barcelona with the results they've had so far be fairly strong, as I will come back to that question, as Lacazette's threatening to get in behind, but calmly done by Roxa.
Yeah, I think if you're Galatasaray, you're looking at this going, okay, well, we knew it was going to be difficult going in. Barcelona appear to be well informed for this, but they may take a little bit of solace from how Celtic played yesterday coming off the break.
Oh, Odegaard from distance, almost getting that equaliser that in Dominator now will have to take a few more risks in chasing. This one almost creeping in.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the fundamental question here is can Indominator break out of this pattern of play where it's methodic and it's almost laboured in terms of keeping the ball and looking for the perfect opportunity? Can he break out of that mindset, and can he go and be a bit more direct? Can he go and find a very open chance rather than trying to just pass his way through. Because, you know, with the players like Gerard Piqué, with Araujo, with players like that at the back, it's going to get harder as time goes on.
Well, Smith Rowe's found a pocket of space. You're incredibly right. It's going to get tougher and tougher as Barcelona aim to shut up shop at the back. Martinelli can't get there before Lenglet puts a foot in, and now Barcelona can bring the ball away. Tomiyasu with a very strong challenge indeed. At the hour mark, Wes. Barcelona 1, Arsenal 0. It's been exactly as we expected, a bit more of an attritional affair. Roxa the one taking the more risks, Indominator with the more possession, but that needs to change now, doesn't it? Indominator needs to start taking those risks a bit more in search of an equaliser. Here is Roxa coming forward, but Tomiyasu steps in.
Yeah, I think with the stat that we saw there was 90% of passes from Arsenal have been completed, which, you know, granted, yes, is a great stat to have, but the only stat that's going to matter at the end of this game is the one that's sat in the top left-hand corner. So, you know, for all of the passing and, you know, the possession game that's there, if you don't put the ball in the back of the net, which is basic as it sounds, it doesn't mean anything. You know, you're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna have a table of who's got the most possession or who's got the most pass assist, pass accuracy during the league.
One thing we do though is have a table for the leading goal scorers as Aubameyang is found offside. You saw there, thanks to the 7 goals in game 1. Apologies, Arsenal fans. I'll have to keep reminding you about it. De Palma, after 1 game, is up there with Mestre of Bayern, who has played 2. So we could well see a new leading goal scorer at the end of today's match day. Now, though, changes to be made on both sides.
Number 9, Alexandre Lacazette. Coming on to replace him is number 30, Edin Nketiah.
So Nketiah on. Dembele on as well. Now's the time we're going to have to see Arsenal really try and find paydirt. It's Martinelli, and it's already gone! The equaliser! He was searching for it, had the lion's share of possession and then some, and now has a goal to set us up, Wes, for the final 20 in-game minutes. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and you know, we spoke quite earnestly about, you know, in terms of the subs that were brought on and in terms of the effect it could have here. It was this little stop there. And to be fair, it's unfortunate that the ball has ricocheted. It's fallen very kindly to Martin Odegaard, but you can see that the run starts there. It gets passed off and passed again. You see the run is already happening. It very similar to the goal that Rashford scored yesterday for Man United. The run's already there, so that ricochet is more than likely going to go towards an attacker. So, again, if he can stay onside, which he had done, it's a very easy opportunity, and it's 1-1.
You saw there Rox's disappointment. You also heard Barbosa saying, come on. They have a chance now to steal 3 points. Which, given how game 1 went, I think Arsenal would be fairly happy about. Pepe now into Martinelli. Dominator growing into this game. Still has defensive duty to do. But the substitutes, Wes, came moments prior to that goal going in. Do you think it made a tangible difference for how Dominator feels on the pitch? Does he feel a bit more comfortable now with this setup with the new subs?
I think so. I think because it allows midfield. He's now got, you know, fresh forwards, or at least a fresh forwards, to be able to kind of push the issue. So if you've got, say for example, it would be Lacazette in this instance. If Lacazette has done all of your running in the first half and has been running into almost brick walls, the stamina that is left in him is going to be obviously way less than a fresh substitute. So having that difference maker on certainly helps when it comes to locating opportunities within the box. And more importantly, it's more for their reaction time than it is anything else that it really does help with.
Number 65.
Well, the final 10 in-game minutes is approaching. We knew this tie would be a fascinating one. Now it's a chance potentially now for Indominator through with Eddie Nketiah! The comeback kid strikes again. Indominator from 1-0 down finds himself moments away from a precious 3 points in the eFootball Championship Pro 2022. It's 2-1, Wes.
It's like you just asked, do substitutes make a difference? You absolutely bet they do. It's a wonderful through ball. It's a cut across from Hutchinson, and it's Eddie Nketiah to stick it away. So all 3 substitutes having that ability and having that, as we said, freshness to get forward, create runs, and create opportunities. It's a big finish from Nketiah. It's 2-1 to Arsenal. This will soon Indominator down to the ground at this point, because now, as we know, his kind of default play style is keep the ball, pass the ball, lend it, and take it away again and again. This will suit him down to the ground in the last 10 minutes.
Well, if there's one thing that can be said of the Arsenal captain, Indominator, he never, ever gives up. Knew the game was within his reach at all times and has a runner in behind again. It's Hutchinson has Martinelli in support. Surely not 3, as Nketiah is arriving, and it's 3! Three goals for Indominator, and surely 3 points to go with it, Wes. An incredible display.
Yeah, that has to be game, set, and match for Arsenal. And again, you know, we spoke at length about how almost out of it felt that Indominator was in this game. But again, summoning powers of recovery. And again, it's those players that have come on that have made the difference. It's a lovely little cut across to Martinelli, from Martinelli. And it's Nketiah again at the double, who's there to just tap it home. And again, it's been great football to watch. It's just been a case of performing and doing exactly what you need to do. And again, from a captain standpoint, to come in and give yourselves an extra 3 points, which I don't think anybody would have anticipated after game 1. It's a fantastic performance from Indominator.
Maybe too early to say, but potentially a season-saving performance from the captain Indominator, and he's going in search of more goals here, Wes. This is looking a formality at this point, but a real statement victory from Indominator.
Well, it certainly changes the team talk afterwards, doesn't it? You go from potentially staring down the barrel of, you know, giving Barcelona 7 points out of 9. Instead, it's now going to potentially be 4 points apiece, if my maths are right. Oh, no, not, yeah, 4 points apiece. So,
Pepe's going for goal, and it's required input by the goalkeeper, but it is 4.
Well done, bro.
It took him such a long time to grow into this game. But grow into it, he has. He's blossomed. It's 4-1.
well, it's like we said, if you have the pass stat, it's great. If you don't have the goals, it means nothing. But he's now added all 4 goals. It's a superb performance in the end from Indominator. But again, we would probably be having a very different discussion if he hadn't scored. But now it has. If anything, it's vindicated his way of playing. So full credit to Indominator. 4-1 up, not long left on the clock here. And like I said, it will completely change the complexity of the group. It will certainly change the complexity of their after game team talk.
Well, it looked after game 1 that Barcelona would be coming away with a lot more points from this match against Arsenal here, but a resilient performance in game 2 to grind out that point, and now this ecstatic one sees Arsenal leave this engagement with 4 points. An incredible performance from the captain Indominator. He should be very proud of his work here. On the other side, Rox's defense just could not hold long enough. He will feel definitely hard done by and unfortunate in the way some of the goals went in. But the important thing is, Wes, Arsenal are the benefactors. They will take away 4 points, and it will be 4 points apiece here as we take a look at the replays from game 3.
Yeah, we thought it was a wonderful finish there from Roxa, and you would have thought, given the way that Indominator was playing before the subs, and I have to really press that home, it was the substitutes that really changed the game for Indominator to be able to have those legs in midfield and to be able to really get in and amongst it. And again, you saw even that chance that went slightly wide with Odegaard. It was that even then at that point we thought that might have been his only chance of the game. But as we saw, as time went on and as energy depleted and a slight bit of luck there for Odegaard, all of a sudden parity was restored and we thought, hold on, we might have a bit of a game here.
Well, that was the goal to make it 1 apiece. And we saw the Odegaard chance moments previous that maybe, as you said, Wes, we thought this could either be his only chance of the game or a signal that he's going to start taking more risks. And credit to Indominator, the patience really did pay off as we saw yet more goals to come. This was to make it 2-1 and to shoot the Gunners into the lead of the match. And then, of course, Nketiah with the 1-2 punch to make it then 3-1. At this point, we knew the result was certain, but the free kick afterwards was helped to make it 4. And speaking of 4, it's going to be 4 points apiece, Semra, for both Barcelona and the Arsenal.
Indeed, a even split of the points then after the 3 games for a match to have been played out. Let's have a quick look then and remind ourselves of what the actual score lines were for each respective game. And it all started off with an absolute drubbing. It was La Palma smashing Barbosa to bits. Very sorry about that result, Wes. And then we thought we might see an epic in game 2, but you can blame Harry for this one. It ended goalless. And he did say that eventually we were going to see it, right? So it did happen in the end. But game 3 going into that one in Dominator, he had his work cut out for him. And the captain, he did deliver on the promise of making sure that they would get those 3 points on the board. So there you have it, 4 points apiece. It's been a really interesting match. And I think perhaps the most even between anybody, really, so far across the 2 days.
It was really even. I think the standout result obviously is going to be that game 1. It feels like quite a while ago, but the Palmer in just 1 game has shot himself to the top of the table in terms of goal scoring charts. But the funny thing is, when you look at how many goals he scored in that game, I think we might need a second page in the future, because he's almost off the score sheet. There you have him, up to 2nd now. He leapfrogs absolutely everyone apart from Mestre. And we have to give credit where credit's due. De Palma really turned up today.
Was anything you want to add there in terms of our analysis from match 2 so far?
Yeah, it's just I kind of agree with your own assessment of it, Samra, in the sense that it was probably the most even of the games that we saw, despite the 7-1 we saw in game 1 and the effect that we can see it's had on the table. Honours are shared, and I think for both teams, I think it's probably a positive thing given how both teams played in that game. So I think now that they've got a little bit of time, at least from an Arsenal standpoint, to have a look and assess what they've got. The issue for Barcelona, of course, is that they now have got to go into match 3 against Galatasaray, who've kind of been waiting in the wings. So we'll have to see exactly how that affects them from a psychological level.
It will be very interesting and very telling indeed. What is very exciting about this particular group, as we just saw it there on our screens, is that there's only 3 points between the 4 teams as it stands, and both Barcelona and Galatasaray have an opportunity to finish as leaders of Group B by the end of the day. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's in store for us between Galatasaray and FC Barcelona.
Oh, no, we're actually going to cut to our interviews first and foremost. We have Dominator with a massive smile on his face, to say the least. Welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us. How important was that final game for you to kind of shore it up a little bit as a captain of Arsenal?
Yeah, very important win. As overall, we took 4 points, which is in general quite disappointing, but still very happy that we can that I'm still able to win the third match to get us back on track. But yeah, I have to say, talking about my match, it was very unlucky start. I was feeling quite confident from the start already, and I knew I need to have the ball against Roxa because he's, in my opinion, the best European player of past last year. And it's very important to keep the ball against him. And finally, it paid off. At the start, it was tough. He scored 1-0, and then it's important to keep the patience. And finally, I kept playing the same style because I was really confident with the way I'm playing. And finally, very happy to score 4 goals against Roxa. So yeah.
Yeah, and how important was it to come away with 4 points? Obviously, we saw in the first game, Barbosa 7-1. It was obviously massively disappointing for him, probably on a personal level. But how important was it for Venom to come away with a point in the second game? To kind of almost, as we said on commentary, to kind of steady the ship.
Yeah. Well, for Pedro, for me personally, I think it's good to forget this match. We still got 2 matches left, and then it's great that Venom at least took 1 point. To give, to give our whole team a bit more confidence to at least get 1 point. And just a shame he couldn't score the last opportunity. Otherwise, we would have had 6 points. But and then again, very happy to get the win myself as well. So yeah.
Well, it's very good from an Arsenal perspective that you now have a platform to build off of. We look forward to seeing you in the match day. I think it's on Saturday is your match day, so we'll look forward to see exactly how that's going to pan out. Thank you for joining us in Dominator.
Thank you as well.
Cheers, guys. And we're with the Palmer. Palmer, thank you very much for joining us. 7 goals in your opening game. Talk us through it. Exactly how important was it for you to get off to such a good start?
I think I am in, not Palma.
Oh, is it Roxa? Sorry, apologies, Roxa. Apologies. I've got the Palmer right next to me. So, Roxa, again, probably a similar question in terms of the Palmer's kind of start for Barcelona. How important was it for him to get off to such a good start in that opening game?
Yeah, she was excellent, and he scored 7 goals in 1 game. His performance was amazing. And after that, Alex didn't get lucky against Venom. She should win that game. At the end, what to say? I had the lead 1-0 at 70 minutes, but in the Dominator, for me that's not football. But okay, he knows how to play, and he wins.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of a platform now for you guys to build off of, you've got 4 points on the board. You now have a game in Galatasaray. Obviously, for yourself, you've got, going up against a couple of Serbian teammates in Dejol and Kepa. A little bit of intel from you. Is that going to be important for the team as a whole to maybe unpick their game plan before you even play them?
Yeah, we played against Galatasaray, and in there they have 2 of my friends, and I know everything about their game. I speak with my teammates, and I think this game could be very important for us. If we manage to win 3 wins, maybe we could finish in the next round.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for ahead of time. Thank you very much for joining us, Roxa, at this time. Go and get yourselves prepared for match 3.
First of all, really sorry about that. Didn't mean to jump the gun there and deny you the opportunity to speak to Dominator and Roxa. So, job well done. Appreciate it. I was just so looking forward to the next matchup that I got a bit of ahead of myself there. But now I can say that we can move on to match 3. And this one really is an exciting one between Galatasaray and FC Barcelona.
I think me and my teammates, we have potential to beat everyone in this tournament. We believe in ourselves and we want to show it on the pitch. We'll pass the group stage and we will see what happens in the knockout stage, hopefully.
Los objetivos es aspirar a lo máximo, ya que representamos al Fútbol Club Barcelona, que siempre tiene que aspirar a lo máximo, y eso es lo que haremos. Significa que tenemos que esforzarnos mucho, trabajar mucho, motivarnos entre nosotros y intentar hacer lo mejor posible, sabiendo que todos los rivales van a ser muy duros.
Right, well, there you have it. It will be both Galatasaray and FC Barcelona in action for the second time today. Galatasaray, the Turks, have had a little bit of downtime to get themselves prepared for this one. The Catalans have had no time at all to waste as they head into yet another game for them. So let's see who's going to be in action for the two respective sides. And it's going to be Kepa. You may remember at the early stages of the day, he actually started off with a loss, a heavy-handed defeat, in fact, 4-1 in that game. And normally it's him, the one who's doing the demolition job. So talking about demolition jobs, he's going to be up against the Palma, the one who scored 7 goals in his game. And if all goes well for him, he could be at the top of the scoring charts with double digits by the end of the day. So guys, having said that, in the case of Kepa, he'll really have hoped to have reconfigured himself, given a different approach to this game, because if not, he could be on the receiving end of yet another lashing.
Semra, it's a good thing that eFootball is not played on paper, because, yeah, we could be running out of the score sheet if the previous results or anything to go by. I think Kepa will be keen to bounce back after his result earlier on. I don't think he wants to be known for that kind of performance. He definitely wants to try and catch the rest of the competition off guard. And I tell you what, it's going to be a tough test, because the Palma looks like a really tough player to play against this season. He looked the same last season in the first half. So he'll be hoping he gets the second half of the Palma instead of the first, because so far he's looked absolutely mesmerizing, Wes, the Palma, and he's going to be a tough opponent, I think, here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the tricky part, is it's not just Barcelona you're playing against the Palma. So it's like you basically have got it with both barrels. You have a very skillful player that has a lot of skillful weapons. We talked about Dembele, we talked about Ansu Fati, we talked about Pedri, we talked about Aubameyang, Depay. The list of names goes on for this Barcelona team, and for the Palma to have those players to call upon, it's going to be very difficult for a Galatasaray side to keep them under control for a long period of time. But as we've said, the great equalizer in this is the actual players controlling the actual players. So Kepa, yes, you know, his first appearance today probably fell way below his standard that he's expecting, but that doesn't mean that that's the end of the job. If anything, he will probably be more what's the word I'm looking for? It'll be more galvanized to go, right, I need to put a better performance in here, and this is the perfect time to do it.
It certainly is. When you look at the two sides at this moment in time, Barcelona, we saw just previous Wes as we get ready to kick off this first game. Barcelona looked pretty good with the Palma's result in game 1 to pick up more than they actually did in terms of points. Ended the match against Arsenal with 4. Galatasaray, thanks to the win from Munchen, the captain earlier on, sits just behind them in the group on 3 points. This is a big game for both of these clubs. A big match, it has to be said, as we kick off game 1.
Yeah, this will really set the tone for this entire tie, and also for the group as well. With the group being so tightly contested at the moment, every point is now vital.
So we kick off then. Galatasaray versus Barcelona. Going to be very important for Kepa after his 4-1 defeat to AS Roma earlier. Make sure his dream team is set up properly. Of course, clubs in this competition limited to 2,300 rating. And when you look at that, you have to say that Barcelona, again on paper, and it's a lucky thing that eFootball isn't played on paper, would have the stronger items, so to speak, Wes, but thanks to the ability to power up and level up these items within Dream Team, that makes Galatasaray a real force now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the likes, and we heard from Mukahit in terms of how important Bafferton Bigomis is to this side. there's a very good reason for it. You know, he goes up to, I think it's almost like an 87 or 88 overall, which is an incredible forward to have in your kind of repertoire. It's just whether you can make the players around him as good to get the chances to him.
Through to Aubameyang there, Wes. Sorry to cut you off, but that looked like a really good chance for the Palmer. He's already scored 7 today. Just one more is needed, might I remind you all at home, for him to top the top scorers chart for FC Barcelona. Very much returning to the form we saw of him from last season. Pedri trying to feed Aubameyang, though. It's going to be important for Kepa here to make sure that he stays in this game to the latter stages. We saw against Arsenal, the Palmer was just running riot. It was 1-2, it was 3-4 in quick succession. So can't allow that same fate to besiege you now. Here is Dembele on the near side. Palmer starting to grow into this game. Memphis Depay gets his strike away, and I think it strikes against his own man there. Aubameyang took a cheap shot inside the box. Here is Gomez, though, turning the wrong way. And Pedri is back there to recover the ball.
Yeah, you can see just slowly the kind of almost the torch paper and the gaslight kind of moving up through the gears here and getting slightly hotter as time goes on here. I think looking at kind of the way the Palmer has come out here, I think he's a little bit probably surprised by the physical nature of this Galatasaray defence. But again, he has to be careful not to give the ball away in advanced positions, because a player like Kepa will make you pay.
That he will. Galatasaray fans would have been very happy when they saw him announced as part of the club for this season. And here he is on the ball now. The target man's always going to be Bafétimbi Gomez. He tries to cross it into the aforementioned striker, but well diffused by FC Barcelona. And the Palmer is so good at that, not only diffusing the situation, but turning defence into attack. Been a fairly open first half of game one here, Wes. Not a lot of stoppages, so been very free-flowing, and it may continue that way as Gomez gets his stunning strike away. Straight to Neto, but the second chance is tucked away 10 minutes before half-time. Galatasaray strike first. 1-0.
And this is the gamble you take, guys, in terms of your team selections. If you're not putting your starting goalkeeper in goal for maybe the reasons of having more team strength to work with further down the pitch, you're going to get more parries out. We saw it a lot with Urright yesterday from Barcelona. The same could be said here for Neto. It's a great stunning strike, and it's the smartness to take it from there and take it early on from Kepa. Again, an advancing player for the ricochet, pops it back in for the goal. And that there in itself is showing you the kind of the complexities of what these players are thinking of. If you could easily take that on and try and dribble, but maybe you'll look at Gomez, think he's too slow, he's going to get caught by De Jong or Araujo. Oh, we're back straight into the game here.
Yeah, we've already kicked off following the goal, and well, I believe we were actually looking at a replay from earlier on, so we haven't. Don't worry, your eyes don't deceive you. We haven't rubbed some time off of the clock, and it's Kepa who's won the ball back immediately following the goal. Looking for that 1-2 punch that we said moments previous that the Palmer was able to put into effect against Arsenal moments previous. It's going to be interesting to see now how the Spaniard is able to recoup and recover himself after going behind. It's going to be the first time to see that. Here is Memphis Depay. That's a dangerous deflection. Will loop over for just a corner.
Yeah, another key man to keep your eyes on if you're a Galatasaray fan is Marcao. I can only describe him as a Goliath centre half who will throw his body into place and make sure that shots will not reach their goalkeeper. But he has given Barcelona a corner.
Corner driven in, and there is that man you mentioned. It's going to be difficult to get past him. A real brick wall at the back for the Turkish Giants. Palmer here, happy to keep possession. Half-time rapidly approaching, so wants to keep that ball in an attacking phase. Ansu Fati looking for an opening. Who's that arriving? Will come to Dembele in the end. This will be the last attack of the half. Depay trying to slide it through all the way to Dembele. But he's just overrun it, and first half will end. Galatasaray 1, Barcelona 0, Wes, and this was not in the script for the Catalan club.
No, but I suppose to kind of go with what we were saying before, Kepa will probably want to show his proper level. And I say proper level with no disrespect to his opponent in the first game, but you know, we have become accustomed as fans, as supporters, as viewers, of seeing a particular play style from Kepa that lends itself to being on the front foot. So to see him come back in, get himself a goal, and utilise the squad that he has around him, and not try and fall into this cookie cutter almost formation and play style is great to see.
So the second half kicks off in game 1 of our third match today. Kepa attacking from left to right for Galatasaray. Clearly senses that he needs an extra goal to make this one certain. As the Palmer's coming forward, that's a lovely ball all the way through to Dembele, and it's pushed wide. Corner still to come, and maybe that's the first sign of frustration we're seeing coming out of the Palmer there, who is usually very cool.
It's a big save for the goalkeeper, but again, you know, to cast your minds back to, you know, the ghosts of gaming past, we've seen Kepa pull off some unbelievable saves with manual goalkeeping, both for club and for country. So it's not a surprise there to see another one be added to the scrapbook.
Corner to Depay. Feinting and dummying, but defended well by the Serbian Kepa. Just trying to find that real gilt-edged opportunity. He's afforded so much time and space, and you can see why, because Kepa comfortable in defence. Oh, that's a lovely ball all the way through, and Aubameyang is there, and that is absolutely phenomenal. It's Aubameyang again, and it's the goal that sends the Palmer to the top of the top goal scorers charts after match day 1. It's 1-1, and he's not done yet.
Yeah, and it's a well-worked goal. It's waiting to see where the gaps were appearing in that Galatasaray defence. And you'll see it's a brilliant ball. I mean, there's acres of space in between that the centre half and the left back. And again, it's a cut across. It's the percentage chance there. Some people may look at home and go, why didn't he just take it on and shoot? If you have a pass on, you're going to use the pass, and it's there for all to see the reasons why. A great equaliser from the Palmer. Does put himself alone at the top of the goal-scoring charts, which, as a personal accolade, I'm sure he'll be delighted to have.
Absolutely. In the short term, though, it has to be said, he is much happier to be back in this match. 1-0 down. Back on level terms now. It'll be interesting to see what the reaction is, though, from Kepa, because he was leading for the majority of that first half. Here we are now with the Palmer, who he's already seen score 7 today. Back on level terms. It's, as I said, going to be intriguing to see what kind of reaction we see from Kepa to come off of this kickoff. Coming forward now. There's confirmation of his 8th goal of the day. Has some defending to do here, though. I tell you what, he defends well. But the ball is coming straight back at his own defence. Eight goals in one match day, though, Wes. It's impressive. It's difficult to do at this level of competition, but that speaks volumes as to how skillful he is as a player, but not only that, how well this Barcelona team suits his play style as well.
Yeah, it's knowing, as I said earlier, it's half the battle knowing your squad. It's then the other half of the battle is going out and executing, and the Palmer for his money today has been absolutely superb. You know, again, you know, the 7 goals that he scored against Arsenal, the extra one he's got here, and again, this game is tightly balanced here. 1-1, 60 minutes gone. There's still enough time for substitutions. There's still enough time for more goals as well. So let's just see how this pans out.
And there is confirmation, alone at the top of the mountain. Is there any more to come, though? He'll be hoping for more, to get more than just a single point out of this game as things stand. And while the spotlight certainly is on the Palmer right now, we have to remember his adversary in the game. Kepa has pulled off some great results in the past himself and will want to try and make amends for the Turkish club after his performance earlier on. Into the feet of Aubameyang. Will retain possession here. Just stepping up there with the super cancel was the defender, but second bite of the cherry goes well, and that's a nice turn. Can Memphis Depay get there first?
It's getting a bit scrappy here, Harry.
It is indeed. Switch of the play will maybe just neutralise things for now and turn them in Barcelona's favour. Aubameyang in support. Just taking so much time here, and that's a late challenge. And the referee, I think he's given a penalty here, Wes. And it is. You heard Kepa's reaction there. He can't believe the referee's given a penalty there. Would have loved to have seen a replay to see exactly where the infraction occurred. But the Palmer won't mind one bit. He's got a penalty to try and tuck away now, I should say.
I'm sure we'll see one in the highlight package afterwards.
Here we go. Depay goes left and scores for Barcelona. It's 9 on the day for the Palmer, and it could be a crucial one to secure another 3 points. Oh, and it's just over the line, isn't it?
Well, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure by the rules of football is that if it's on the line, it's in the box, and that would make it a penalty. And again, it's a late challenge. It falls into that category of he's got there as fast as he could. But unfortunately, the ball had gone, so it's going to be given as a penalty by the referee. Again, we've seen challenges given and not given on this match day in and of itself. So again, another one maybe for the referees to look back on and think maybe they could have done a far better job there.
Goal number 8 for the Palmer. And he's got Traore now recently introduced, and the problem is for Kepa and for Galatasaray, they have to commit bodies forward now. It is Barcelona 2, Galatasaray 1. It's been scrappy. It's been the type of affair we really expected, to be honest. Kepa wanting to make amends for earlier on, and Palmer has taken a few minutes, a few moments in this game to step up the gears, but he's reminded us what he can do when he does so. Here is Braithwaite. Traore using his strength incredibly well. Can he fire a cross across the box? The answer is no, but the corner is won. '85th minute now. Blocked well at the first time of asking. Depay looking for Braithwaite. That's a great ball. Tries to cut inside as well. Goalkeeper needed. Galatasaray living very dangerously indeed, and they've given the ball away again here. Adama Traore to kill off some time, but he's given the ball away. And how fatal could that be? Gomes here for Kepa, trying to cut inside, and has won the ball back. Last chance saloon for Galatasaray in game one. Ball is cleared by Barcelona, but it will come straight back at them. Another block there. The ball has to go forward here, or the referee will do exactly what he's just done. The game will finish. An amazing comeback from the Palma. It's Barcelona 2, Galatasaray 1. Here are the stats. It was dominant when you look at this screen, where it's from the Palma, but it ends just the 2-1.
Yeah, if you go by the stats, you would certainly say that, you know, the Palma had all of the chances and had all of the possession, and it did take a fair few manual saves from Kepa to even keep it to 2-1. But hopefully we'll get another look at this penalty. But again, to start off the scoring, Kepa takes the lead. Again, we talked about how good that was to take that shot and to force the parry from Bafétimbi Gomis to then get it tucked away for 1-0. And again, it became a little bit more cagey and a bit more kind of ratty, as it were, from a gameplay standpoint, because I don't think anybody wanted to make a mistake. But,
well, this is it, Wes. We see this goal to make it 1-0, and then for the, as you said, majority of the rest of the game, it was very scrappy, and we thought maybe it might play into the hands, or into the feet, I should say, of Galatasaray. That would have been the type of game at 1-0 up that Kepa would have relished, but here we see another chance carved open by Barcelona. It's got to be an impressive show of resiliency, hasn't it, from the Palma? Obviously, it's great when you're winning 7-1 against the likes of Barbosa and Arsenal, but I think he'll be, as we see the equalising goal, incredibly happy that he was able to prove his mettle in those comeback games as well.
I think it would be almost a bit of a relief. I mean, you know, we can talk about the penalty award and the penalty decision. It was certainly, you know, it wasn't going to be something he was not going to take. But the decision in and of itself, it was fortuitous. It's, you know, you could say borderline controversial in its entirety. But I think looking at it, I think the Palma will just be happy to have kind of got out of jail and got those 3 points. As you can see, the relief etched all over his face.
Yeah, huge relief there for the Palma. He comes back to win against Kepa there, Semra. 3 points more for Barcelona.
The Palma rattling some trees, isn't he, today, with such an impressive start to the campaign. Absolutely a perfect record thus far. 2 wins, 9 goals. He's now at the top of the goal-scoring charts in his own right and leads by 2 goals. So let's go ahead and take a look then. There you have it right there. The Palma leading the way. He's just one shy of hitting double digits. Surely that will happen next week, and I'm sure we'll see that. But most impressively, 7 goals in one game, 2 in another game. So there you have it. Everybody else, Mestre, 7 goals for him as well. That was from yesterday. Nobody's been able to come close, though. Lotfi kills you, 4 goals for them as well. The same with Eldridge O'Neill and Urma. Urma is the only player in action for today that has come close, if you can say that. But he's still 5 goals adrift from the Palma, who's very much sitting pretty at the top of the lot. So having said that, let's go ahead then and see what is in store for game 2. See if we can see more goals and victories for either of these 2 respective sides. And it looks as though it's going to be Mujahid, the captain for Galatasaray. Probably good timing for him to feature as well, considering he's the only player for the Turks so far to have won a game, not just in match 1 against a very formidable AS Roma and just by the smallest of margins, but he's the only player to have won overall so far for them. And he is going to be up against Alex R, the youngster who is still yet to prove himself, still looking in search of his first victory, his first goal of the day so far. So I get a feeling that maybe perhaps this one could be a very tight encounter, a close encounter between these 2.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that. I think that Alex R earlier on against Arsenal, going up against Venom, he would have been frustrated by the way he was unable to break the deadlock, couldn't quite put the pieces together in the puzzle that he needed to. Wes, this one could be a very similar type of situation. We said Mujahid earlier on, if you cast your mind back to match 1, it was a fair while ago now, game 3 against Gagliardo. Strong defensive presence on the pitch. And if Alex R kind of runs into those same stumbling blocks, that he did in game 2 against Venom, it could be a very similar type of frustrating experience for the young man from Barcelona.
Yeah, it could become almost a perfect storm for Galatasaray in terms of, Mukahit's incredible rear guard action, but then also from what we saw from Alex R earlier in terms of that inability to kind of convert chances. If he can sort that out, if he can get that facet of his game down and start to convert those chances, we'll stop talking about him as, oh, well, he hasn't got any goals or he hasn't got any points yet. We'll sit there, or at least he's got the 1 point, but we'll sit there and go, well, actually, he's now picking up wins, he's now picking up goals, and I think that's still there for him to come. That's not something that is going to go away. He will eventually score, he'll eventually get his first win, and then that will almost be kind of a weight off his shoulders. But again, in terms of the kind of the story of the game, as it were, you're up against the opposition's team captain. He's already come into the firefight and has got himself and his team a victory. So it's going to be a difficult one for him to do. So again, it's just going to be a case of what version of each team turns up here.
Well, we say thank you very much to Semra in the studio, keeping us ticking along and, of course, keeping you and I, Wes, out of trouble. Game 2 is underway. It's now time to see Alex R and Mukahit go head-to-head. It's the former attacking from left to right and in possession right now. With Fatih, he actually gets a strike away in the most unsuspecting manner here. I'm not sure quite how many people in the stadium were expecting that strike to be going through, but it's high, wide, and not very handsome.
Yeah, you can see already just trying feints, trying dummies, trying to just unsettle that back line. I think the ball went through defender's legs there, so I think it was slightly fortuitous that it even made its way to goal. So again, already some green shoots for Alex R to work with, but he's got to be careful because Mukahit is deadly when boxed into a corner.
Very much so, and we speak about players that are suited to their clubs. Mukahit probably one amongst that conversation. Gomez, lovely touch, and oh my word, that is absolutely phenomenal. It's as if we predicted it. So suited to this club. When you spoke to him before, Wes, he said, Gomez, he's a strong finisher. He's a key man for us, and he's on the score sheet here against Barcelona.
Back him into a corner at your peril. This is the player you want in this type of scenario. Somebody who knows the team inside out. As you know, I believe he's the only returning player from Galatasaray from the previous season. So he has that knowledge already, and he stops himself beautifully. Doesn't take a touch out, just stops himself still, takes the controlled shot, and gives himself the lead. And it's this almost inherent and intangible quality that Mukahit has, where get himself ahead. And now we'll probably see a defensive-minded performance.
Well, I'd hate to read into the mind of Alex R at this point, but I think it's fair to say it will be weighing quite heavy on his conscience that he has yet to break his duck in this competition with over 100 in-game minutes now under his belt. He would love to change that. But you'd have to say, Wes, the longer that timer keeps ticking up towards the 90 and the longer Alex R goes without breaking that duck, it's going to be more and more pressure mounting on his shoulders.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a case of, the more we speak about it in the studio, the more we speak about it on commentary, the more it's going to kind of really start to potentially play on his mind a little bit. So, not that we're trying to put the players off at any point, but it's certainly a talking point that's there for us to have.
The players, of course, can't hear us, but if Mukahit could, he would hear nothing but praise from us so far. Coming so close here, Wes, to doubling his lead, and he's looking absolutely venomous up top.
Yeah, he's looking like he's at it today. He looks like he's absolutely banging at it, and you can see from the reaction, he knows how important these chances are going to be, especially for a team like Galatasaray, who are on the back foot and who need to continue to score goals and continue to get points.
In the final third, once again, is the Galatasaray captain, Mukahit, who already has 3 points to his name this season, taking down Gagliardo in our First match of the day in game 3. A 2-1 scoreline that time. Very close indeed. But so far, so good. And it has to say, in the opening 20, it's looking fairly comfortable. Has dealt with most of what Alex Sarr has presented him in an attacking sense. There's confirmation. 3 goals on the day for the captain. And a shot maybe knowing that there was nothing else doing on that attack, Wes. Just to, I don't know, maybe pad the stats a little bit there from Mucha hits.
Well, I think there's a little bit of that maybe, or as we've seen from a lot of these players, a lot of them are trying first-time dummies. So I think the first input that you hit is the shoot button. If you don't remember to press the additional button that goes with it, it's just going to shoot for you. So I think that's why we heard the audible groan where he's like, I didn't quite do that the way I wanted to do it. And I think that, you know, as we said, super cancels, dummies, the double touches, everything is kind of becoming that much more important.
Oh, speak of the devil, double touch from Fatih almost results in a goal. Taking a look at the club's stats, you can see 10 goals scored, 8 of those, by the way, from the captain of Barcelona. But it's only the wins that matter at this point in time. Here is Bafétimbi Gomis for Galatasaray, and it's 2! It's him again! 2 for Gomis, 2 for Mucha hits. 2-0 for Galatasaray.
Yeah, it's almost like a match made in heaven, Mucha hit and Galatasaray at this point. And again, it's that talisman. It's that guy that we spoke about. It's that guy that Mucha hit spoke about how key he is to this attack. It's Bafétimbi Gomis, and it's a brilliant finish, in truth. Allows the ball to run across him, allows him to get into position for the strike, and it's a brilliant finish and leads 2-0.
Well, that's a great angle of it. Very happy with how he's played so far. On the other side of things, Alex Sarr struggled to hit the ground running for Barcelona. And this is one of the intriguing things, Wes, and I hate to put Alex Sarr on the hot seat like this. I'll come back to my point as he threatens to break his duck in the competition. The change in the eFootball Championship Pro this season, of course, no more 3v3. It is now 1v1. As De Jong gets across in, the header is there! And it's won back for Barcelona. An incredible cross. And a header to match. Alex Sarr is on the board, 2-1.
Yeah, we spoke about him a lot. We spoke a lot about how important Aubameyang is to any side in esports. It's perfect. It's a brilliant, stunning cross into the box, nestled into the back of the net. Fantastic header. You can see Mucha hit was expecting his defenders to maybe clear that or get ahead of things, but instead it's fallen to Alex Sarr, who is now on the board. That's one proverbial monkey off your back. Now it's time to maybe try and get the other one off and try and secure a victory.
How will that goal change the complexion of this first half? There's only 5 in-game minutes to go, but Gomis is causing the Barcelona defence all types of problems. He's won himself a free kick here too. And we've already seen 1 free kick goal scored today. Would it be too greedy to ask for a second? He's going for it, and it's in! Call me greedy, I don't care. And Galatasaray won't either. The 2-goal lead reinstated in a flash. Galatasaray up by 2 again.
Yeah, I mean the hit isn't necessarily the cleanest. I mean it's enough to go into the back of the net, but you've maybe got to ask questions of the keeper there. The fact that the keeper just doesn't even go for it. But it nestles into the bottom corner. And again, as we said before, you know, teams are not going to mind how these goals are scored so long as they go into the back of the net. They are not going to matter a jot. It's 3-1 to Galatasaray, and they're on the attack again here.
Oh, Gomis is giving chase. And I did ask the question moments previous how that goal would impact the rest of this first half. It impacted it in a positive way. A great response from Munchen. Final attack as well, as we're into the second of 2 minutes added on, and Munchen is very much on the warpath here as the first half will come to a close. That, by the way, Munchen's 5th goal of the season so far. Alex R, I think maybe at some point, as we take a look at this free kick again, I'm a sucker for a set-piece goal, Wes. Alex R will be thinking, okay, well, what do I need to change now? Because it looked like I was going to come back into this game, but obviously the quick response from Munchen has kind of denied any comeback just for now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've now got to try and mentally reset yourself after conceding a goal that you probably didn't anticipate. And I think how difficult this is for Alex at the moment is that, yes, he's been devoid of goals. He's only scored 1 so far. But you've got to find something. You've got to find a change. You've got to find something within your kind of personal weaponry that you've got to summon up here. But again, it's going to be harder and harder, especially against the likes of somebody like Munchen, who has been, in and around the scene for quite some time. It's an experienced player. It's not somebody that's just going to give you anything and give you any quarter. Instead, it's something you're going to have to work for.
You can see Munchen with that goal creeping now into the top 3, giving chase to the likes of Mestre and the Palmer. And here is Gomes again. It could be even more. It's off the crossbar. Very close indeed to, again, creeping towards that top 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's slowly creeping up, and you can hear the groan from him because he knows how close that was. However, though, I think if you were to ask him, I think at any stage, whether he would prefer to be kind of getting up in the goal scoring tables, or whether he'd like Galatasaray to be further up the table, I know which one he'd probably pick, and it would probably be for his team. But as a personal accolade, it's great to see him be so far up the table, but he'll want his team to be up the table as well.
Look at that. It's taking some risks now, experimenting with some of these long balls. He is an absolute credit to Galatasaray. Again, repaying the faith in his second-year captaincy with the Turkish club now. Has been on international duty for Turkey as well. A proud moment it would be to be in and around the conversation of the knockout stages for this club come the end of matchday 2 next weekend. For now, though, still the job to do against Barcelona. It has been mostly one-way traffic, though, Wes. It's Munchen looking comfortable, and it's Alex R looking a little bit nervy out there.
Yeah, and that's the issue you've got here, is that if Munchen settles into a rhythm and a method, I mean, he's just picked up a very cheap free kick there, but if he settles into that rhythm, it's very hard to shake out of it. And it's in relatively same real estate that we saw the first free kick going. It now could be possible that we could potentially see a second one.
We'll take a little listen to what the teams have to say. You can hear Galatasaray having the conversation within themselves, Wes, of whether or not to sub Gomes.
Yeah, that's the interesting part. Do you take off the guy that's got you the goals, or do you leave him on as an aerial threat more than anything else?
He's too offensive now.
The inquest on the Barcelona side is, do you play 3 at the back? You kind of have to switch to it at this point because time is ticking down and you're still facing this free kick.
It's hard to turn over it.
Turan over the ball, and it's through the wall.
Coming on the field.
Goalkeeper called into action. It's yet more pressure from the Turkish club.
Substitution in progress.
Corner swung in, driven in towards Babel at the the back post. And it looks like the conversation as to whether or not Gomes will survive the substitutes has turned out that he will be elected to stay on the pitch here for the Turkish club, and why not? He's been a real talisman for them.
Yeah, I think if you're Galatasaray, you want to keep him on the pitch, even if he's very tired. You still want to keep him on there as a focal point for the attack. It doesn't necessarily need to be the runner that you need. It's maybe just the physical presence and almost as a kind of a redundant idea here, maybe as a lamppost just to bounce the ball off of. And that's maybe where Galatasaray's thought process is.
Oh, you could see there Alex R was waiting to find the runner, but the defensive cover off the ball from Munchen is why we always laud him as a defensive mastermind, always watching runners, never caught watching the ball. Will be a free kick though, but with 15 in-game minutes left, time is running out for Alex R here to get his first win, or even his first points of the season. I should actually retract that, because of course it was 0-0 earlier on against Venom. So 1 point to his name already, and Traore is here trying to make things happen for Barcelona, but Alex R stopped in his tracks once more.
Yeah, the more that time ticks over, the less and less you've got to try and correct the situation. And again, looking here, you can see runners in the middle there. Babel trying to pick them all out.
Oh, divine intervention there. Needed to be done. They were queuing up, and the possession stat there, 61% for Galatasaray. Corner here as well. It's so dangerous. Referee says another spot kick over in the corner. Driven in once more, and it's so dangerous, but somehow evades absolutely everyone. There was a crowd in there, but evades all of them. And it's just been one of those days, hasn't it, from Alex R? You see him laughing there. He knows that could be a mistake that could cost him the opportunity to come back into this game, as it's now a Galatasaray throw with, well, less than 10 in-game minutes to go, Wes.
Yeah, I think the right smile there is more from a sense of he probably feels as though everything that he could possibly try and do just hasn't worked for him here, and maybe that's a little bit of frustration that's crept in. But again, if you're Barcelona taking away the positives here, you can at least say he's on the board from a goal scoring point of view. So it's just a case he's come up against a very, very canny operator in Munchen.
He has played wonderfully today. 2-1 earlier against Gagliardo to give his team, his club, their first points of the season. It's going to look like 3 extra points here. 2 wins out of 2 if it stays this way. But for now, Alex R trying to get one back at the very least. Traore straight up. Muslera, is there anyone there to follow it in? I don't think so. And it'll be a goal kick to add insults to the injury as well. Three minutes added on, and it's a formality at this point that the Turks will be taking the points after the game 1 result, 2-1 to Barcelona. It's a precious 3 points here for Galatasaray.
It'd be a massive 3 points, and again, it's Munchen recovering for his entire team here. Fantastic result for Galatasaray there.
Well, to make it official, here are the statistics. Galatasaray 3, Barcelona 1, 4 goals. And an incredible performance. All the plaudits have to go to Munchen. He has been on point today for Galatasaray. The captain stepping up in a big way. But I think on the Barcelona side of things, Alex R will be not happy with his performances. It's been a tough day for that young man, and we'll have to wait until next weekend now to bounce back.
Yeah, and he'll certainly have food for thought with how he performed today, as well as how his team has performed. But as we saw here, Bafétimbi Gomis showed up to the party once more for Muka Hit. You can see the frustration that was there from Alex Art. Just couldn't quite get it. It's the fact that he stops and then doesn't make the next move. I think it's that, again, that small little detail in changing the way that you perform, or changing the idea that you've got. And it's another brilliant finish there from Gomis, that it allows you that freedom to be able to be free of what the opponent is anticipating. And don't forget, some of these players may have practiced with each other previously to maybe potentially get prepared for this type of event. But ultimately, it's all about what they are used to and how they. I mean, it's a great finish there to get one back for Alex, but just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, you see here the stunning cross and the header to match. It seemed like at that point, Wes, 2-1 down, there was signs of life for Barcelona, but for the canny free kick of Mujahid, secures 3 goals, 3 points, and a resounding win in game 2 of this 3-game match against Barcelona for Galatasaray. Semra, what a result there for the captain.
What a result, and what a commanding performance from him as well. It seems as though Mujahid really does have the golden touch, doesn't he? Because those 6 points that Galatasaray have to their name, they really should have the asterisk next to it, because it should be in his name. He's the only one to put those 6 points on the board, to keep the Turks alive in this contest, and to give them a fighting chance of getting out of the group stage. So we will see, though, of course, what is in store for this final 3rd game. As it stands, Barcelona 7 points, AS Roma 6, Galatasaray 6, Arsenal 4. So still very, very tight with just the 3 points between all 4 of those teams in Group B. As it stands with the goal-scoring charts, La Palma, 9 goals for him. Certainly has been a fabulous day for him in his opening day of the season, followed by Mestra, who scored all 7 of those goals yesterday. Mujahid, look at that. He jumps up into 3rd in the table now with 5 goals to his name. Still a few adrift from those 2 leading the way, but still very good job in all days. It's a very good job for today, him. Anyway, let's go on then to Game 3 then, shall we? Because it is now the final game of the day for the final match of the day, and it really is a stellar lineup between these two, not least because they know each other so incredibly well. It's going to be Joel, who is debuting in the eFootball Championship Pro Tournament, and unfortunately for him, it hasn't been going quite according to plan, having lost his first game so far, but he can take a little bit of solace in knowing that he's not the only one who's still chasing a big first W after Roxa failed to collect the 3 points earlier in the day. But as I say, they know each other inside and out, because these two were teammates when they won the European Championship in 2021 for Serbia. So there you have it, an extra bit of spice to this one, especially when it comes to the psychological element, with these two teams knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, not only that, when you consider as well, Semra, both of these players coming off of losses in their first games of the eFootball Championship Pro 2022. So both of these players, yes, they know each other very well, but both come in with a bit of a chip on their shoulders, Wes, and they would both love to start their campaigns out and really get some points on the board for their clubs here, because right now they are, I don't want to say dragging their heels, but we certainly expect the most out of both of these players.
Yeah, they'll fully be expecting to scratch their initial gains from the record. They didn't happen. Let's just gloss over them. Let's get down to this. This is their first game. No, of course we can't gloss over the games and the losses that occurred. Again, I would say Stifler again maybe pinched that result from De Jol in that first game, so maybe a little bit unlucky. Roxa, of course, was leading for 70 minutes against Arsenal and then almost got blitzkrieged at the end with a 4 goals demolition that came in. So again, you're looking at these types of players. They'll both be very controlled. They'll both know each other's game plans very well. And as such, we should be in for a very tight encounter.
Well, thank you very much, Semra. We'll chat to you after the game, our final game of match day 1 as a whole between Group A and Group B. It has been an exciting road. It's one that took a while to get to, but now that we're here, it has not disappointed one bit. And we end proceedings in Group B today with a Game 3 between two Serbian players, two international teammates, and two huge clubs. This could be very, very telling as to who ends the day, Wes, looking a lot happier. You have Giol for Galatasaray and you have Roxa of Barcelona. Very close in Group B. And this one could be decisive. I'll come back to you in a second as Roxa's looking to start things off with a bang. The happier of the two for now, I can answer that for you, is the man from Barcelona. Roxa with a statement to open up Game 3. It's already 1-0.
He's just had enough, hasn't he? He's I need to score. I need to get going here. And again, we talk about, you know, the goals from kickoff, and we talk about the ways to defend them. Ideally, you just need to drag a player back and just play a very deep line. And it's slightly a rookie error from De Jong. Again, it's Roxa who is a proponent and knows exactly how to make these things go and how to make these things happen. And again, it's Aubameyang who scores very early on, 2 minutes into the game, and we already have our first goal.
Yes, a goal in the 2nd minute. And surprisingly, only his 2nd of the day, Roxa. We expect him to be much further up the goal-scoring chart, but his immediate goal is to secure the points for Barcelona. Bit of a nightmare start, though, has to be said for De Jong, and he has Aubameyang breaking through as well. He's beaten the goalkeeper and the defender. And this one could be an absolute rout. It's 2 within 5 in-game minutes. This is a welcome good and proper to Roxa now. His 2nd, it's 2-0.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a fantastic start from Roxa. Again, in terms of what we talked about, again, you look for these runs, you look for the players to hold their hands out and say, give me the ball. Aubameyang gets it. Goalkeeper doesn't come out and slide to try and take him out. Instead, he tries to stand up and wait for the ball to come to him, and instead, Aubameyang just nicks in front, taps the ball past him. 2-0. Fantastic start for Roxa.
Oh, fantastic indeed. Gomez trying to get in behind, but good defensive work. Something tells me that Roxa wants to make up for some lost ground in terms of the goal-scoring charts. When it was announced he joined Barcelona, it seemed like a match made in heaven. Obviously didn't do so well against Dominator earlier on, but that was the past, and this is now. As players to aim for in the box, going closer and closer to goal, and it's cleared off the line. De Jong is well and truly on the ropes here. Gomez with the ball now, though. Just cannot get a sniff of the ball. Galatasaray. This could be a long 90 minutes. De Jong looking for Aubameyang, and the pass. Well, it comes, but I think, has he stayed onside here, Wes? The celebrations are going. And it is going to count. It's a 15-minute hat-trick for Aubameyang. 3-0.
Well, all I will say is you won't like him when he's angry. You could sense the palpable anger that was coming out of Roxa after that game against Dominator. He's very much taking it out here. Again, it's almost a P-roll of a through ball. The defenders don't quite latch onto it at all. Leaves it for Aubameyang. Aubameyang tucks it away for 3-0. And as we said before, these players are not going to care how these goals go in. As long as it goes in for their team, they don't care. And of course, if you're presented with that type of opportunity, you're not going to turn it down. 3-0 after 15 minutes. Galatasaray in a bit of shell shock here.
Absolutely no respect being paid by Roxa. It is a great goal to score, but it has to be said, I was expecting a flag. And maybe the entire defence was expecting it to, but it stayed down. I think it was the right back in the end, playing Aubameyang on. So good patience in playing the pass from man on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of your screen now as they swap over. A new signing for Barcelona. Here is Aubameyang, and well, he just seems to have Roxa, the number of the Galatasaray defence, on many occasions so far. And for De Jol, it's about, okay, let's not concede anymore and let's try and get one back at least before half-time to give ourselves a chance of salvaging something here.
Well, that's the thing. It's what is the mindset that you go with now? You don't want to concede anymore because you just are conceding at will, but it doesn't appear to make any much difference here.
Yeah, look at Depay and Fati. They are just hounding the Galatasaray defence anytime they have the ball. Roxa one-on-one with De Jol back in defence, and the latter is able to win the ball back, but just no signs of life going forward here for Galatasaray. Fati for Barcelona cannot play the pass. 25 minutes gone, but it's already 3-0. Could be a cricket score by the end of this one if Galatasaray don't show us anything going forward. Here is Van Aanholt. Stunning cross to come in. It's a header at the front post. It'll bounce back towards De Jol as well, but that was the first real chance for Galatasaray, and it was a strong one.
Yeah, more opportunities like that, please, Galatasaray. You might get something out of the game with those, but again, it's going to be a resolute defence from Barcelona here, but ball is struggling to break loose, but it's cleared away again by Roxa. And for the complexities of what we're talking about, even in the realm of the matchups that we're talking about in terms of the 3 games that we've seen so far from these two teams, or at least the 2.5 games that we've seen from these two teams, we've got to think about the complexion it's going to have on the group table at the end of the day.
Here is Fati, skips past his man as well, and Depay is waiting for 4. A fantastic 4 from Roxa, bouncing back in the best way. The new signing finally announces himself to make it 4-0.
Well, not to think you're too greedy, Harry, but you asked for more goals from Roxa, and he's duly delivered. The 4th one into the back of the net. Again, not even half-time yet. I mean, we're talking about the Palma being at the head of the table. You may have a Barca 1-2 by the end of this, considering the rate of goals that we're seeing.
Well, the goal difference is going to look very healthy, isn't it, for the Barcelona squad? And well, it may well be 5. It's Fati's in again, but the goalkeeper does enough, puts his body on the line. 10 in-game minutes until half-time. Confirmation, 5 goals for Roxa now. Here is De Jong. Tackled well and dealt with by De Jol. Galatasaray try and break here, but just nothing working right now for the Serbian controlling the Turks. There's 5 minutes to go until half.
Yeah, Roxa in full control here. This is the version of Roxa that we would have anticipated seeing against Arsenal, but now we're seeing it against Galatasaray. De Jol trying to make something work, but again, if you've got a player like Roxa in the confidence that he's now in, it's going to be very, very hard to make something happen.
Last attack then of the half, you'd imagine, as we're approaching stoppage time. And here is Gomes running beyond. Is there a chance maybe to salvage one for Galatasaray before the break? The answer to that is no. Barcelona 4, Galatasaray 0. It ends in game 3. Clinical, Wes. Clinical. 5 shots, 5 on target.
Yeah, brilliant play from Roxa, and it's about time in terms of what we saw from him in the game that we saw against Arsenal. Although he got a goal, he kind of maybe took his foot off the pedal a little bit. Maybe thought, do you know what? I've outlasted 70 minutes. I don't need to do much more. Instead, very much the opposite here, has kept a foot firmly placed to the Barcelona bus floor, and is absolutely motoring to another 3 points for his team.
And the second half's underway. Of course, the team switched sides, and well, the same story is being written here by Roxa of Barcelona. Attack, attack, attack. And now comes forward Diol, still in search of the first goal of this game for Galatasaray, but it has been the same story every single time. Met with a brick wall at the back. Roxa wins the ball now, high up the pitch, looking for Aubameyang, but Nelson stepping up will give Galatasaray possession back. Here comes Diol. And Galatasaray going straight for goal there. We had a quick glimpse of the leading goal-scoring charts, but we'll come back to that as there's a chance maybe for a Galatasaray goal, and it bounces straight back. Second time of asking. Diol is on the board against his compatriots here. It is now 4-1. Surely not, Wes. Surely we need another goal before we start talking about a comeback here. Great taken goal, though.
Yeah. From a gameplay standpoint, yeah, controlled shot, takes a ricochet, is then, it's a little bit casual in terms of how that's been tried to be cleared, as we've seen it from the perfect angle. It's a good save, and again, it falls to somebody in the box. If you're at home, you are literally just spamming the shoot button as much as you can. So you're just hoping that it goes in. We saw opportunities yesterday, even for Monaco in the last game.
Well, Aubameyang's in behind, and the flag has stayed down to make it 5.
Sorry, guys, because that mistake.
You hear the giggles, you hear the apologies from Roxa about the mistake moments previous, but the 4-goal lead reinstated in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, unbelievable in terms of that. I was no sooner were we going to start talking about open chances that, could have been squandered from first-time shots, till we end up having to talk about a goal. Again, you're talking about the proficiency of goals from kickoff. Again, it's very much on the board from where it was there. It's a collision where the goalkeepers come out. Both players are on the floor. It's squirmed clear. But again, we talk about it. You've got to have a player that runs back to at least try and protect that potential kickoff. And again, falls kindly to a man on the right-hand side in Memphis Depay. He's behind the ball, so he is onside. And as a result, he's got a very easy and open opportunity to score.
Yes!
It means a lot to him to be creeping up the goal-scoring table after the disappointment earlier on, losing 4-1 to Indominator. It's not the fashion that he would have liked to introduce himself to Barcelona fans. This is a bit more like it, I think Roxa will be saying to himself. High expectations when you join a club such as Barcelona, and there it is, 6 goals after 2 games. That is not bad at all. Diol, though, has to lick his wounds now and start from scratch. But for Roxa, he wants more goals. Braithwaite looking long for Dembele. Barbol is doing his best to get the ball through, but again, that has been very telling of Diol's day so far. Here it is, the leading goal scorers. We saw there, Roxa up into the top 3 is Dembele. It may well be more. 2 Barcelona players in the top 3. You called it, Wes. There was always an opportunity to do that, and there could be more as he wins the header at the front post. Barcelona look a dangerous outfit this season.
Yeah, he only needs one more. He only needs one more goal to put himself as a number 2. And as we said, for every single attack that we've seen from Barcelona, they just look like scoring at every single opportunity, and it's been a dominant performance from Roxa.
And there's still 15 in-game minutes to go. Seems to be winning every tackle, every opportunity to win the ball is being taken with both hands. And well, Depay goes to ground. Solid tackle though, it has to be said. It most certainly has been a fascinating match day today. Plenty of goals scored as we tick down our final game of our final match of match day 1. Right now it is looking dominant from the new signing for Barcelona, but look how many Galatasaray shirts are forward here. But again, it's Roxa's defensive capabilities. He knows when to step in and how to position his players.
Yeah, the issue becomes with all of these Galatasaray players running forward, which I'm sure is to maybe try and keep the goal difference as limited as possible. We're trying to get more goals. The issue with that is it leaves so many bodies out of position for Roxa that if he can play in between those defensive and midfield phases, it gives him every bit of room to potentially score another goal.
In search of number 6, but shepherded out of play. I mean, I dread to think the goal difference that Barcelona possess at the end of this match day, if things stay the same, of course. It's going to make for ugly reading, I feel, for the other teams here in Group B. But for now, though, here is De Jong, and, well, Braithwaite is waiting, and it's good saving, but, well, it goes in anyway. We've seen a few of those today. Yeah, Marco say there, one more to Palmer, and I'm chasing you down. It's number 6, 7 on the season. Absolutely wonderful from the new signing, Roxa.
It's like we said, leaving bodies behind, and that it's picking the right passes. The pass could have easily gone left, and it could have easily had more bodies behind the ball. Instead, it goes to De Jong. It then attracts the attention of the centre half. It comes across. It's then Braithwaite. It's a decent save for the goalkeeper, but Dembele is there ahead of the defender. And as we said, it's a Barca 1-2.
It's a shame we didn't quite get the soundbite there of him saying, one more, the Palmer, one more, and I'm coming for you. Friendly competition, of course, between club mates for Diol, though. This will be one to forget. 7 goals on the season.
There will be 3 minutes at a time.
And there may well be more to come. Memphis Depay now for Roxa. Who can he find? Not a teammate, unfortunately. Something tells me, Wes, you'll be speaking to a much happier Marco after this game. As we are now in the final moments, the referee puts an end to Galatasaray's misery. Barcelona jubilant. We'll take a look at the stats, the tail of the tape. Barcelona 6, Galatasaray 1.
Yeah, and it's a phenomenal performance from Roxa. Again, using every trick in the trade that he has at his disposal to get as many goals as he could. And as we said, slightly happier looking Roxa rather than the the almost disgruntled looking one that we saw after that 4-1 loss against Arsenal. But again, it started incredibly early. It started off with Aubameyang within 2 minutes. And as we said, you've got to defend better by dragging players back manually. You cannot rely on just the AI helping you out there. You've got to do it a little bit more yourself.
Yeah, looking back, we should have taken that as a statement of intent from Roxer as he scored his first within the second minute. And, well, 4 minutes later, it was doubled by that man again, Aubameyang. And, well, Roxer for Barcelona is going to be a dangerous player this season, I feel, Wes. I mean, we've seen what he's capable of here in Game 3 of Match 3 today. Surely, if he can hit the ground running, and of course, if Alex R can maybe start to get a hold of the team this season as well, Barcelona, they're looking like early favourites.
Yeah, they really do. And it's more, looks like it's more down to how well they know their team. It's not necessarily, well, they have a better team, because we know about the team strength. It's maxed out at 2,300. It's more about knowing how to use the weapons that are around you. It's knowing how to use Depay and Fati and Dembele and Aubameyang and the litany of names that they have to work with. It's about using them and knowing how to use them. I think for Galatasaray, it's more homework to do from the two players that are relatively new to this squad this season, in De Jong and in Kepa. They both need to figure out exactly what makes this Galatasaray team tick, and more importantly, what they can learn from Munchen.
Well, we saw there just a couple of goals. The one for Galatasaray, I think Roxer will be lamenting his defensive duty there, but immediately replied, and then this one, the last. I must admit, Wes, I was caught ball watching for this one, as no doubt Diol was as well. But it's going to be a resounding victory, Semra, for Roxer, the new signing, making a statement, and it is Barcelona taking 6 points away from this match.
It was the balm to cure his ills, wasn't it? I mean, he definitely didn't get off to the greatest of starts for earlier today, and to make up for his failings, well, he did so in a very big way with a comprehensive victory there. As we said, they add 3 more points to the board for Barcelona, and they are off to the races. It's been a very good start for them indeed. Well, there you have just the results, the breakdown from this final match between them. The Palma winning big, making it 2 wins on the day for him in Game 1. Mujahid, the only one to win games for Galatasaray today. Well, he made it a 3-1 victory, but then, as you can see, the scoreline progressing steadily across those 3 games, with Roxa coming out swinging big in that final game and certainly trying to apply some pressure on the Palma, his teammate, when it comes to the goal-scoring target. We'll see later on, but a 6-1 victory for him there. Well, I believe Weza is now with 2 team captains, both of them from those respective sides. Let's get some insight then, shall we, to see what they have to say about how they perceived match 3. Wes, what you got?
Thank you very much. I'm with Mujahid. Mujahid, thank you very much for joining us once again. Commiserations to you and your teammates, only picking up the 3 points from a possible 9. Again, I can imagine slightly disappointed with that result, but are there any positives for you to take out of this?
Yeah, pretty disappointed, to be honest. We were expecting more to collect more points, like 9, 10 at least. But yeah, we're still in the race, of course, and we have a game next week against Arsenal. There's 9 points on the line. So yeah, we will fight to get 9 points more next week. We will take lessons from today's games, and yeah, we'll try to come back stronger next week.
Yeah, and of course we saw from yourself, we saw 2 brilliant performances as captain. Is there an inner bit of knowledge from yourself that you can give to your teammates about how your team works versus how their teams work? Because it seems to be that there may be a little bit more learning for your teammates to do with this Galatasaray side.
I was between quick counter and long ball counter tactics before the games, and I decided to go with long ball counter. I think I can recommend them this because our defenders are a bit slow. So I think to keep a compact defense, it's the better option. Yeah, I try to be compact in defense and try to play direct football, and it worked. I think I can say these things about the team.
Yeah, we just saw goals from your talisman, Bafatimbi Gomez. We hope to see more of those next week. But for now, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll wish you good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you. See you next week.
Thank you very much, Mochi. And of course, we are with we're with the two top guns. We've got the Palmer, who's sat in one corner, and we've got Roxa in the other. Roxa, welcome into the mix zone. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Almost a bit of a tonic there for that performance that you had against Arsenal. You came out and you were aggressive. You were on the front foot against Galatasaray. How important was it for you to put yourself on the map a little bit with that performance, because it was absolutely dominating?
Yeah, especially after first games when I didn't play well, and I wanted to show everyone that my style of play, and I tried to play more progressive and more aggressive. And goal in the first minute helped me to just go and press my opponent.
Yeah, we heard a little bit of the kind of the banter between you and the Palmer during your goal scoring exploits, where you were talking to him about how you're only 1 or 2 goals behind him. How important is it to have that kind of camaraderie with your teammates? Obviously you have a good relationship with your team. How important is it to have that in an environment and in a competition like this?
Yeah, of course, my Palmer show everyone that he's really good in this game, and he scored 9 goals, and he's our best player, our captain, and he win both games. But individual statistic is not important to us. We just want to try to win all, and I'm sure Alex didn't have luck in these 2 games, but I'm sure the next game he will show everyone who is him, and he will win.
Yeah, I think with yourself and with the Palmer, you obviously have a lot of experience to call upon for Alex to kind of tap into. Will you be looking to kind of give him more kind of advice as time goes on?
Of course, we're training a lot every day, and we know his game, and he had a problem in the first game. He had, I think, 5 or 6 amazing chances. He didn't score, and he was scared a little in the second game. But Mutakit played very good. Mutakit is a very good player, and Alex tried his best, but he didn't get too much chance because, like I said, Mutakit is a good player. But I'm sure the Alex will show everyone next week how is he good.
I'm sure he will, and obviously a big congratulations to yourselves. You were top of Group B going into match day 2 or next week on Saturday. So good luck to you guys for the rest of the season, and thank you very much again for joining us.
Thank you. See you.
Wes, thanks so much.
Samra, back to you.
Thanks so much. We're at that point of the... sorry to jump the gun again with you, Wes. Well, we're at that point of the day where we're going to reflect on everything that we've seen, because it really has been quite an intriguing and entertaining day of eFootball. Now, when it comes to the goals, there were actually a lot more than yesterday, 38 in total. Now, Harry, you were talking about earlier, whenever it came to the goal difference, how many Barca had scored. Well, I did some quick maths, and they've scored 17 out of those 38 goals, if you can believe it. So lots of free-flowing attacking from them. They're just on a roll at the moment, and they're very scary, it looks like, in front of goal. And perhaps the Palma, Roxa, they would be 2 of the standouts. But what are some of the other conclusions we can take from the day?
I think it was impressive to see Mucha hit now his 2nd season with Galatasaray, moving from a 3 versus 3 to a 1 versus 1, and still stepping up in similar ways. He's captained the club now for his 2nd season, Wes, and despite them being 3rd in the table, I think, well, I know a lot of that is thanks to his performances, because he's gotten all 6 of their 6 points.
Yeah, it's vital for them to have at least those points on the board. Yes, they've played 3 more games than Arsenal, but a quick stat to point out here that might become more important in the next match day, that goal difference counter. -7 for Galatasaray, -3 for Arsenal. That could very much flip the script, as it were. And certainly could provide a little bit of chaos going forward. But again, for Mujahid, again, captain's performance from him, but it's all about the goals at this point. It's the 2 top headers. It's the Palmer, it's Roxa, it's Mestre, who we thought would never be caught. But obviously, Barcelona had different ideas today, Harry.
Yeah, we saw a huge goal difference swing in favour of Barcelona, and those 2 men at the top are responsible for it. Munchen, who we mentioned as well for Galatasaray, 5 goals, so still within touching distance of the top 3. And then Lotfi and Kilzu O'Neill. You have a lot of talent in there going into match day 2 for both of these groups. So we will take a look now at some of our key players from today's action. Wes, let's take a look at the Palma first. And an incredible performance from the Barcelona man. And we can compare him to the likes of Mujahid and Roxa, who we have been giving all the plaudits to today. Would you say the Palma was the standout performer out of these 3?
Well, it had to be. It had to be, purely for the opponents that he's beaten, purely for the performances he's put in as well. Sure, the goals tell you one part of the story, but the overall performances as well within those games and the maturity that he's showing. You know, he's been almost a prodigy from Spain, you know, for a couple of years now. He's now showing that maturity, now showing the ability to close games out. You know, and as for the other 2 on this list, Mukahit, you know, again, captain's performance, dragging his team through games, regardless of how difficult it is, managing to get 6 points, and he gets those points on the board. And Roxa, of course, showing that quality that we always knew that he had. It was never in question as to how good he could be, but certainly ramped up in that second game that he played in today against Galatasaray.
I think it's going to be a fun one, Wes, to continue that friendly competition between the 2 leading goal scorers. Let's look a little bit, though, a bit more at the Palma, who is at the top of the goal scoring tree. 9 goals for the Barcelona captain. So important to have your captain on point, and well, the Palma proved it once more today in 1 versus 1.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, as for the points that we were thinking about whether the Palma could translate from 3v3 competition to 1v1, I think a lot of people forget just how good the Palma was as a 1v1 competitor and how he got into being involved in these types of competitions in the first place. Was that 1v1 competitions that he qualified for and that he performed very well in. So again, looking at the stats, it's almost flawless from what I can see, and very much well worth his weight in gold for this team.
Absolutely. It's always fun for these players to remind us of exactly where they came from, because we're so used to seeing co-op competition now in the eFootball Championship Pro. Let's take a look then at the roundup of the 2 groups after 1 day's matches played. Match day 2 is next weekend, of course. In Group A, Celtic topping the group with 12 points. Bayern, United, Monaco all giving chase over there. The latter 2, of course, having played 1 match less, so 3 games less than the top 2 in Group A. And in Group B, it's a very similar story. Barcelona and Galatasaray, the 2 having played 2 matches today. The former, of course, topping the group, whereas the latter is in 3rd place with that goal difference. We expect to see Barcelona continue their form, but any surprises after 1 day's play from these 2 group tables, because there's been a lot of ups and downs for a lot of these clubs.
Yeah, I mean, as we pinpointed at the start of the show, I think you'd look at Monaco as being, you know, as should, you know, on paper, as we talked about, if games were played on paper, we'd be able to work this out and there'd be no problems. We wouldn't even bother playing a game. Whereas with this, it very much shows you that there are differences to be had in these games. Monaco have still got to perform. That you know, these guys have got quality amongst their ranks, and they'll certainly come back and show it. I think Celtic's performance in yesterday's match day was superb. I think looking from a goal scoring perspective, you've got to look at Barcelona and how good they've been.
Absolutely, and worth noting, of course, with another match day to come next weekend, and with each match, Semra, yielding a possible 9 points, all of those group table positions could change at the end of the next match day.
That it could indeed, and it's set up to be a very nicely poised match day as well. And in fact, we're going to stick with the same group, Group B, on Saturday, the 18th, when it all kicks off. Again, it's just around the corner, so very quickly I'm going to read you off some of those games that are going to be in play for us, and it's going to be Roma against Arsenal. That will be up first. That will be followed by Arsenal, Galatasaray. Then it will be AS Roma against Barcelona as the 3rd and final matchup for the day. Of course, a reminder that we all kick off here at 1 o'clock Central European time. Do tune in on the official eFootball YouTube channel. And of course, in the meantime, you can stay up to date on all the latest news and happenings across all of our social media platforms. There it is at the bottom of your screens. Make sure you take note of it. And also do head over to the webpage as well. And that way you won't miss out on a thing. We're very excited. We're very much looking forward to what's in store next weekend. But first, I just want to say thanks to the two of you, Harry and Weza. You've been fabulous this week, and I can only expect more of the same next week. So get some rest, guys. It's going to be a big one.
Thanks a lot, Semra. Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of Wes, but I know I absolutely enjoyed today. Can't wait for the next match day.
Yeah, we'll rest up the vocal cords and rest up the analysis, and we'll be back to do it all again next weekend.
Fantastic. Delighted to hear it. Well, there you go. We're going to do it all again next weekend. So in the meantime, take care, everyone, wherever you are in the world. We hope you enjoyed today. It's only going to get better from here. We'll see you next one. Take care.